Have anything? Oh, yeah. Hello, Professor. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Professor Gab?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you very well, yes.
Good.
Perfect. You want to share your presentation?
Yeah, but unable to start the video. Why?
Start with what?
You have stopped it. You have stopped the video.
Yes, of course, I will start now, yes. Good morning everyone. Yes, come. بس عدي الكتاب. أنا عدي الكتاب بعد الآن. Do you want your phone? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al Faisal, the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and the General Supervisor of Effat University, we are pleased to welcome you to the second day of the first conference, the first International Architecture and Design Conference 2023, under the title Man and Place, Creative Transformations. Distinguished speakers, faculty, staff, students, and Effat University, dear guests. It is our pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker, John Gell, online to give his speech titled Cities for People. John Gell is a practicing urban design consultant and professor of urban design at the School of Architecture in Copenhagen, Denmark. He is extensively researched in the form and the use of public spaces and put his findings to practice in multiple locations throughout the world. His company, Gell Architects, Urban Quality Consultants, creatively reimagines the multiple ways in which communities use the public realm. For Gell, design always begins in an analysis of the space between buildings. Only after the establishing a vision of what kind of public space is desired in a given space can attention be given to the surrounding buildings and the ways the spaces can productively interact. Please welcome Professor John Gell. Yes, thank you, Saleha. Professor John Gell, you can share your presentation and start, please.
Can you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. Please share now your presentation.
Are you Asma?
Yes, I am.
Aha. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Very nice to speak to
It's
you.
dark here.
Yeah. Could you please share your presentation? We are now in front of the audience waiting for you.
Yeah, it still say that you have stopped the video, but the microphone is open. I shall see if we can share the screen.
Yes, you are now sharing your screen.
Can you see my screen?
It's getting on.
Sorry?
It's on the way.
It's on the way.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. No, but now it is disconnected. Can you please try to reshare again?
Sorry?
Can you please try to reshare it again? Now it is, we cannot see your screen.
Start from the start again.
No, you have to reshare your screen again because it's not appearing for us.
Will you speak slowly?
No, my co-host. That's it. Now.
So now start, because it was working, because he's a panelist. Start sharing your screen again, please.
I will do that. Sharing the screen. But it won't work before you open my video.
Now it's working.
It is working. Oh my dear. Good.
Yeah. So we can now see all your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Yes, we can see your screen.
Can you see my slide number 1?
No, we can just see part of your PowerPoint.
Can you see my slides?
We can, yes.
You can?
Yes, now it's on, so you can start.
You can see my second slide here. The child.
We can see the first one, livable cities for the 21st century. This is what we can see now.
So I can go ahead.
Yes, you can go ahead, I think. What do you want?
I will start.
You want to share to open your camera as well? Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone down there in Jeddah. I'm talking there in Jeddah. I'm talking to you from Copenhagen, Denmark. It is very early in the morning and it's quite dark up here and very cold, about 0 degrees. We have winter here. I will today talk about livable cities for the 21st century and talk about some of the paradoxes which we see as architects and planners. But first I will start by saying that all over the world, Homo sapiens, the same creature all over the world, has the same biological history and was created for walking, and our senses are the same all over the world. They are made for a walking animal. They are horizontal. They are out in the front because we move with our feet, and we move with slow speeds, and Homo sapiens is very interested in other people. It's a social creature. Throughout the history, we always built cities for people using only 2 building blocks. In the old days, we only had the street and the square. The street is a linear square, the linear space. That is a space for moving, and the street is dictated by the feet. With our feet, we can move in a linear direction, and that gradually turns into the street. And actually today, even the street, when we see a street, it signalizes psychologically, move on, this is for moving. The other element was the square. That is the area we made in our cities for events which took more space. and they are dictated by our eye. And when you come to a square, they signalize psychologically, stop and see what's going on. And in the squares, we could have our markets and our possessions, our meetings, whatever. These two elements has been dominating and the only ones throughout the history of mankind. Then in the previous century, there came two new movements or paradigms which completely upset the traditional system and had very bad consequences for the people of the city. That was the modernistic movement, and that was the car invasion. Before the modernism, we had the good old days where all the cities were made by people for people, and they were very well suited for people. They were in human scale. You could walk around and they were full of details, full of interesting stuff. And in these old cities, they always were the focus on the spaces, and the life of the cities were going on in the spaces. Here you could walk, here you could have your ceremonies, here you could have your markets, here you could, everything in the city was happening in spaces, and the whole focus in cities were on the spaces. With modernism, the focus shifted completely from the spaces to the objects. Instead of spaces for people, they now have objects, the buildings, and what was not built upon was leftover space. That was a fantastic, dramatic change in our cities, in our human settlements. If we look at some of the older cities, this is my city of Copenhagen. When we look at the city, we can, in the old city, we can remember all the streets and all the squares, but only 2-3 buildings, the cathedral, the castle, the town hall. All the rest of the buildings are anonymous. When we look at a modern city, we can remember no spaces because there are no spaces. But we can remember a number of funny buildings built by architects. All the buildings have the same content, but they look differently. And it is like the bottles in a perfume shop. They all have the same content, but every producer makes a different shape so that they will look interesting. This is a completely new way of building cities. But this shift from focusing on spaces to focusing on objects had some very, very bad consequences for the life of the people in cities. It was a goodbye to the concern for people. The concern for people had throughout history been maintained by tradition. One generation has delivered all the good ideas for a good city to the next generation. So there was a continuum of good spaces for people. Now it was all broken. And also this meant that the social life, which always happened in public spaces, were also a goodbye to the life of the city. Another result of this shift from spaces to objects was that in the old days we had human scale, people were comfortable in the spaces, and now people are floating in these undefined leftover spaces where they don't feel at home at all, but are just floating around, and they are not really inviting for walking or inviting for being in. They are just area with asphalt. If we are to sum up the modernism, we could say that it was a goodbye to people cities, and it's interesting that at no time since the modernism have we had sure signs that this kind of building cities were very popular with people. The other big change in city planning was the arrival of the motor car, and Of course, modernism chased people out of the cities, but then whatever was left was chased out by the cars. They came in big numbers, especially after 1960, and pushed people completely away. And we started to see a movement where people were treated badly in city in all over the world, could be in the east or in the south or in the west or in the north, all over the place. We see these horrible situations where people are treated very badly because there was much more love to make a good city for the cars than good cities for people. Especially the problems and the conditions are found to be problematic in the cities in the developing countries. This is from Dhaka in Bangladesh. Also, with the car came a completely new way of building cities with infrastructure based on cars and with structures like the single-family house, which is based on that everybody should have 2-3 cars and should drive all the time. And basically, it's based on the idea that we have resources, enormous resources, and we have cheap gasoline. This is not the case. We don't have endless resources. We don't have cheap gasoline anymore. And actually, this single-family house is completely outdated at this point in history. What happened with the introduction of the car was again that we had another scale in the cities. In the old day, we had the slow scale, the 5 km/h scale. But with the car, we needed more space, we needed bigger signs. We couldn't see the details of the buildings when we were moving with 60 kilometers, so we didn't do details in the buildings. We removed the buildings from the streets because of the noise and the parking, and we had a completely new scale where people were not present and didn't like this scale at all. Here is a summary of how the people landscape looked after the car invasion. People were pushed out to narrow little ledges in a landscape of deep canyons of motor car traffic. All this was happening in the previous century, and especially after 1960, because in 1960 that was 15 years after the Second World War, and by that time the economy had recovered and the cities started to grow very rapidly. And that was the time when modernism was introduced, and also the time when the car invasion really took off. But what did we know about the quality for people and the effect for people in the city created by these two moments? We knew virtually nothing. The first counter-movement against modernism and motorism came from the United States, from New York, from the architectural journalist Jane Jacobs, who fought vigorously to prevent Manhattan to be taken over by freeways and high-rise, and to preserve the old neighborhoods like Greenwich Village, where she lived, and other old neighborhoods. And she wrote The Death and Life of Great American Cities, came out in 1961, and is still sort of the Bible of the humanistic city planning. What she did write was that if we leave it to the modernists and the motorists to build our cities, they will not be great cities, they will be dead cities. I shall also tell you about my own life and my own career. I was trained as an architect in the 1950s. I graduated as an architect exactly in 1960 when all these things started to happen. That was the time when modernism was the big thing in schools of architecture. We spent 5 years hovering over models and moving objects around. We were told that it doesn't matter where you put people. People are very adaptable. They will adapt to anything. And then we were told that the main thing of building cities were aesthetics. It should look very good from the air. And this professor was famous for saying that if a housing area looks good from a freeway, it is a good housing area. So I got this training to be a good modernist. And I went out in 1960 to practice modernistic architecture and do all these wonderful new things for people. But then I had the great luck to be married to a psychologist and to be introduced to a number of social scientists and realized that our world as architects and planners and their world as social researchers were completely different. And they kept saying, why are you architects not really interested in people? Why don't they teach you anything about people in School of Architecture? In my case, it had the effect that I had to go back to the School of Architecture to study for 40 more years. And of course, the first question I asked was, why didn't you tell me anything about people the first time I was in School of Architecture? But then I found out that the truth was that they didn't know anything. There was no knowledge whatsoever that built environment influenced the quality of life for people. So we had to study really from the bottom up how people use cities, how people use architecture. In my case, I used observation techniques and I sat on my behind for 40 years and observed people in all corners of the world to see how do they use the city, why do people come into the cities, what do they do in cities, and how can we make cities good for people. After a number of years, I wrote my first book, Life Between Buildings, and that was exactly, the title is very typical, because that was exactly the life between the buildings which the modernists had killed with their way of building. And I was pointing out that what happened between the buildings were very valuable for society, people loved it, and the way we put the buildings had very great influence on the life between the buildings. That book is now 50 years old, and to my great joy, the latest version which has gone out is exactly in Arabic language, published in Saudi Arabia. I continued to study this, and I made a number of other books. I made actually 7 books, and the most widespread is Cities for People. That has come out in 38, 9 languages at the moment, and also this one is published in Arabic in Oman, and is available in all corners of the world. I see this spreading of a book like this one, Cities for People, I see this as a sign, as a sign that there has been an enormous interest in the subject, and there's been a really hunger to know something about people and architecture and city planning. And that was a knowledge which we didn't have before, but now we start to have it. I also realized that by writing my 7 books, which are out in 41 languages, and that was based on research, but by making research and making books, you actually change the way architects and planners think about things. You change the mindset, and you will have to change the mindset to change the architecture and the city planning. If I shall conclude after 50 years of research, I would say that we now know how to make fine cities for people. It started by Jane Jacobs. My books are part of this, and we know quite well now what to do. The problem is that there are so many places where they don't listen to this knowledge to make better city for people. What we know now is that we form the cities, but then the cities form us. It is very important for your life and for your upbringing of the children and for your time as an old person, whether you live in this structure or in this structure, whether you are dependent on a car or whether you are not dependent on a car. Also, the way you build the individual residences can have enormous impact on whether your children will play with other children, whether you meet other people, whether you can work together on various things in your housing area. We know all this. We know that details can have a very great effect. You can make cities which is impossible to stay in, and you can make cities which sort of signalize, have a good time, please stay around, we like you. We have some very good examples in the world of great places for people, and maybe the finest of all of them is the main square in the city of Siena in Italy. It was made in 1300 something and has been around now for 800 years, and it still is an enormously popular, wonderful space. And we can ask the question, is this a miracle, or could it be that these people knew what they were doing? Could it be straightforward common sense? Over the years, in our research, we have made a list of 12 crucial things to look after in good public spaces. There's something related to protecting the individuals against things he doesn't like, he is afraid of. You should be protected against the traffic, protected against fear, fear of violence and fear of your surroundings or other people. And you should be protected against the part of the climate you don't like. And then you should make sure that you have good comfort. It should be wonderful to walk, to stand, to sit. You should be able to see and hear and talk and unfold and play. All this should be done in good comfort and conditions. And then comes some very important things about enjoyment. It should be in a human scale. It should be in spaces. You should be able to enjoy the positive parts of your climate. And the positive parts in your climate, of course, will be shade and some light winds. In our climate, it will be sunshine and no wind. And then there is, as number 12, aesthetic quality, the positive sense experiences, the view to the mountains, the water, the trees, good design, good architecture. But that's only part of the big story. You have to have all 12 correct or say yes to all to have a really good place. If we now go back to the square in Siena and we go with these 12 questions, we don't come out with 12 times, yeah. No, for each of them we realize that it was so cleverly organized. You have protection against the traffic and you feel safe, and you are protected against the bad elements of climate. It's wonderful for walking, for standing, for sitting. You can see, you can hear, you can play and have a good time. It's a good human scale, and you can enjoy the good parts of the Italian climate. And furthermore, it is all put together with excellent architectural quality, with a good sense for proportions and good materials. So it's wonderful in all aspects, and that makes it the best square in the world. What happens if you make spaces which have none of these 12 qualities? We know that also. Sometimes of the above actually 2 square. All over.
Sorry, Professor Gal, your voice started to have some disconnections for some reason. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
People do where if you observe these 12 quality criteria to spend time exactly. By now, Asma?
Yes.
Asma?
Yes. Can
Is
you
it
hear
working?
me? Yes, it's
Is
still
it working well? Can you see my slides and hear my voice?
Yes, we can see it.
It works?
Yes, it works.
It what?
Yeah, it works now.
Is it working well?
Working well.
Excellent. I'll go on.
Okay.
By 2023, we have a number of distinct changes in city planning challenges. What is now wanted in most cities are a livable city, a sustainable city, a healthy city, and we also increasingly are looking at how to make good cities for the old people. The first thing about making a livable city is something about the very old function of the public spaces. That is a place where the citizen can meet their other citizens, where you can see how life is going on, where you can see for yourself how the people are dressed and what is going on in the city. That has always been very, very popular and a part of the social life of any human being. And people in all our lives has always been attraction number one. Some architects will say that architecture is attraction number one. That is not correct. And some other people say that nature and flowers and trees are attraction number one. But the biggest attraction of them all is other people. We can spend hours and hours watching life where there is life in a public space or in a square. If you think that people are not interested in other people anymore, just look at the perspective drawings which the architects are presenting to their clients whenever they make a project. They feel it is placed, so we use life as a sign of quality. It is my now to do some serious about the climate, and there's a number of things we can do, and increasing also that the cities are some of them use a lot of surplus CO2 and are part of the climate problem. And we can do a lot in the cities, but just to be very simple, and if you use public transportation more than private, so walk and bicycle. Use. Bicycle use as a climate effort. We have the problem now. For 50 years we have made cities which were made for cars, and where you were invited to sit from the early morning to the late night, and that has caused the sitting syndrome. We have lives which are considerably shorter than they should be. My daughter is a senior doctor, and she tells me that if we invite people to move more during their life, they will have an average of 7 extra years, good years to live, and will have a much better quality of life in the old days. Even if we always thought that maybe we put a lot of cars and some fitness centers and everything will be fine. But even if you put in escalators to get into the fitness center, then we realize that it's only some of the people in some parts of their life who go there. So the World Health Organization, they will say to all of us planners, introduce transport policy that promote active and safe methods of traveling, such as walking or bicycling. Another and completely new challenge for us as city planners are that the increasing number of elderly people already
Sorry for that. Hello, Professor Gill.
we will efficiently address all these issues. We'll have more livable cities, more sustainable cities, cities inviting to more healthy lifestyle, and a good city to be old in. Then we can ask the question, are there cities now who invite people to walk and to bicycle in the course of their daily doings? And actually, cities all over the world, they are doing this now. I have worked quite a bit with this problem. First, I did a lot of research and a lot of books and was influencing the mindset. And when you have influenced the mindset, when people have understood the importance of making cities for people, then you could start to change the cities. Then I was invited to a number of cities where they said, in all the places, what can we do here? We want to make a more people-friendly city. And I worked in endless many cities, of which Muscat, of course, is in the Arab world, and Amman is also in that corner of the world, but also cities like Sydney, Melbourne, London, New York, and other cities I worked in. In Melbourne, they've done a fantastic work. They were well on their way to being just another city of office towers with no people in the city center. Then they decided as far back as 1985 that they could not lose their city to offices. They must keep the people in the city. And then they introduced the idea and it's better than Paris, and the weather is also better. And if you don't know what to do, I recommend you move to Melbourne. We worked in New York. Again, they realized that they could not run a good city based on cars, endless cars. People were having worse and worse conditions. And they wanted to make much more people bicycling, and they wanted also to have public spaces. They had no public spaces. They had overcrowded sidewalks, and then they have one big central park 3 kilometers away where you could go and rest. All the rest was a fast city with too many people on the sidewalks and no sidewalk cafes, no benches, no nothing. Then we worked on this and we were able in 2009 because I realized that when you were working for people, when you were taking away car traffic, taking away parking lots, taking away car lanes, would you be stoned out of the city? No. You will be given awards. People would love you. So being a humanistic city planner is a sure way of being a loved architect, and I've seen this in many places. So, for exceptional contribution to New York streetscape, I got this fine award. Then I worked in Sydney. It was hard work. Sydney is very famous for its waterfront, but in the inner part of the city center, it's really not a good city. It's too many traffic, too many buses. But now we have succeeded in getting all the traffic out of the main streets, having pedestrian streets and light rail where people have much more room and benches and cafes and whatever. In case of Sydney, I became honorary citizen of the city, so I became a hero after having behaved so badly towards the traffic. People love people architecture. I have been Erdit now for 60 years, and they were very early. In 1962, they actually started to take the cars and the traffic out of the city center. There were very much skepticism. Will this work in a Nordic country? Will this be bad for commerce? It was found it was very
I'm very sorry, I'm shifting just to another Wi-Fi.
When we had the space to be Italians, we started to be Italians in Denmark, and we have become more and more Italians for every year. Ever since, the more cars go out of the city, the more life you can see blossoming around in the city. The city of Copenhagen looked like the one to the left in the 50s. Now all these places have been taken over by people, and they have a very flourishing public life. You can see here along the canals, they used to park the cars along the canals. Now you can use the canals to enjoyment, and you can see that the car parking has been superseded by lots of people enjoying the city. What is the secret? Sorry, I'll need some water. Copenhagen has a special story because it was in Copenhagen, we at the university, in the architecture school, we started as the first, almost the first in the world, really to study how people use cities and how you could make cities better for people. And we have a saying in America, what you count, you care for. If you count all the cars, the politician will care for the cars. But what if you count all the people? If you know what is going on, then you can start to care for the public life and the people. All the cities I know, they have traffic departments and they have great statistics about traffic and parking. but only very few cities have departments for pedestrians and public life, and hardly any city has statistics and data concerning the people who use the city. Copenhagen was the first city in the world where it was documented, and it was done by the School of Architecture. It was documented how the city functioned for people, what worked and what did not work, and how it could be better. And all these studies of public life and public space, they have been followed ever since. Every 10th year, we made a big study to see how the city developed. And this had a fantastic effect, influence on the city, because when you have all this knowledge about life, and this is very popular stuff, people love a people city. So when Copenhagen City Council got all this information from the university, it was used very intensively, leading Copenhagen to be one of the most livable cities in the world. Ever since the first street was closed, Copenhagen has expanded its network of good people places. Here it is in the city center. Also, the city of Copenhagen have got some important overall strategies. We will be the best city in the world for people. We will be the best city in the world for bicycling. And they have continued to do these things. All the streets in Copenhagen were like this upper one, asphalt, 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 5 lanes. Now they are all 2 lanes, one this way, one the other way, a median, by trees, bicycle lane, and sidewalk. And they have also this principle of continuous sidewalks, that why should the street stop, the sidewalk and the bicycle lane stop when there is a side street? It could just as well be to prioritize the pedestrians and the bicycles and let the cars wait a little moment until there is room. And this is of course wonderful, because my grandchildren, you can see some of them on the right, my grandchildren can now walk all the way from their door to the door of the school. They doesn't have to be driven to school, and they doesn't have to be escorted by their parents to school. They can walk on their own, and they love it. Also, in Copenhagen, they've done an impressive work to invite people for bicycling. And we've seen every year that bicycling is going up. And by now, we have 49% of people who come to the city to work or to study, they come on their bicycles. Just 10 years ago, it was 10% lower. So what we have found around the world is that if you build more roads, you invite more traffic, and you will sure have more traffic. But if you make better conditions for walking, for bicycling, and for public life, what will happen? You will have more walking, more public life, and more bicycling. So the conclusion of all this is you get what you invite for. And it's very wonderful that we now know that if we are good to people, the people will be very happy, and they will answer by coming in greater numbers and starting to love their city. And what will happen in a city where you do all these things? You will find that the city of Copenhagen is rated as one of the most livable cities in the world, because it's so good to people. All the other ones listed here on monitoring list are actually rather good on people rather than on automobiles. What will happen if you do all these dramatic changes to a city like Copenhagen? Yes, we have in Copenhagen every year 400 delegations from other cities of mayors and city planners who come to study how to make a nice city for people. And what happen when you do all these awful things to a city? You become very popular. That's the true way for an architect to be popular, that is to be good to people in the city. And I've had this joy to see that they even put my face on the bus stops and on the metro doors to celebrate that I've had a good influence on the way Copenhagen is today, a lovely city for people. So, if I shall conclude, I could give you some advice for the future. We have many dreams and worries about the future, but my advice will be, don't do like Dubai. Dubai is modernism and motorism, and people are having generally a very bad time, and also it is completely unsustainable. It's a waste of resources, and it is very bad for the climate challenge, and not very good for old people either. Another city which is completely different is the city of Venice in Europe. In Venice is an old city, it was never ruined, and it never had any cars because the streets were too small. It was made for people, and it still works wonderfully. It needs a better mobility system, but why not put a good metro under Venice and you will have a very fine city. But you could also consider the Copenhagen model, humanistic city planning, by putting people first and get the benefits which we have seen. So putting people first in city planning, that relates directly back to who we are and what we were made for. This slow, linear, horizontal walking creature with this great interest for people. And in conclusion, people city, if that is your first priority, that's a good idea, because that's the simplest and cheapest you can do. It creates better cities for everyone, old and young, rich and poor, and all groups in society. And it is for all cities in all parts of the world, regardless of the economy, because it's the cheapest thing you can do. Everybody can do that. We always did that in our cities. And finally, a good thing is you can start tomorrow. I could have stopped here, but I'll show you one more thing. I will welcome you to think about going to Copenhagen this summer. Copenhagen is this year the UNESCO UIA World City of Architecture. It celebrates architecture all the year. But also we have in July the International Union of Architects, World Congress of Architects. They gather in Copenhagen to discuss how the 17 United Nations goals, environmental goals, can be met in city planning. So come to Copenhagen and see a nice city and join a very interesting conference of architects from all corners of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gell, for your inspiring keynote speech, and we would like to open discussions and questions for 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Professor Gell. It was such an honor and pleasure to have you, and now we are opening for the questions and answers.
And I'm having morning coffee.
Okay, great. So, any questions? Yeah, I can.
Could you put your camera on so I can see who's speaking?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's my.
Asma.
Yeah, very nice to meet with you after all these emails. Okay. Now we have a question from the audience. Yes.
Yeah.
If you'd like
Doctor.
To come, Engineer Hassan, if you would like to come here to speak.
No, doesn't need maybe just a quick issue. That's great that you opened that the problem based upon the car. I believe that the sort of life in general, in terms of the work activities and the design of, there's no consideration for public transportation as a tool, and because we can't have integrate our lifetime without considering the economic, the work, the children, the women, and so on. I believe in the future, because of the internet and the technology and whatever is happening about even artificial intelligence or this, the sort of life gradually gonna be oriented that we have, a media that we can interact more than being going and forced to go to certain focused places here and there. And I think the other issue is not just about walking, it's about how to have the city vivid. Having city vivid, that you have to create something related to social interaction. And you have to consider as well that there is a paradigm change in the transportation as well, that maybe one of those days we're gonna have flying cars. Maybe it will be developed more and more that we can have roofs on the buildings that we utilize as a parking spaces for as a sort of transportation. So I mean, it's a human needs in all aspects has to be considered, not just omitting driveways here and there, but having a sort of something belonging to people in terms of having nature around, creating places for, for spirituality, for meditation, for many other things, is to have a fulfilled or, integrated activities within that public spaces to make it vivid and live. Thank you.
Would you like to reflect on that? Yeah?
Oh.
I could not hear it.
Oh,
I could not hear.
That's why, Engineer Hassan, I told you, please come here better so that, and then briefly state your comment or your question. This is better, yes.
Maybe you could refer to what was the question.
Yeah. He is coming and he will be stating briefly his comment or question now.
Yeah.
He's
and all of you, Asma.
Yeah.
Asma.
Yeah.
Please speak slowly.
Okay.
Please speak slowly and distinct, all of you.
Okay. Sorry for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello,
very
sir.
much. Hi. This is Dr. Hassan Waked, and I thank you very much for this interesting lecture. And it's true that the car created a serious problem in the cities. It's true that cities planned, unfortunately, after the 60s, based upon the car priorities. Fine. But what I'm saying, that there is a paradigm shift over time, that you'll discover even the sort of transportation going to be hopefully changed. In terms of that, sometimes we can utilize the roofs for the future because flying cars will be there over time. The issue here is not just, for sure, people should walk, should have spaces, but the most important is to focus on the human needs as well, and their activities in social, as a social life, considering children, considering women even to walk and safety and having interaction, social interaction there. Well, I'm saying that I think the sort of work and the focusing that we have to transfer from A to B through transportation, even going to be minimized due to the internet systems and the possibilities of working at home. And and the other issue is about having streets vivid and life in terms of having, all type of reason activities, work, sports or whatever it could be for all sorts of the family. Thank you. As simple as, I hope what I have said before.
Thank you, Professor. I think it's very important to emphasize that in different parts of the world and in different climates and different cultures, you have different answers to the same basic human problems. And also, I will recommend strongly that your School of Architecture, you also introduce to the students studies of people in the city, so that you start to have a basic knowledge about how people today use Jeddah, and maybe start to think about how Jeddah could be a better place by regulating the spaces in some degree in some places. So I will really recommend studying people as a part of the curriculum of a School of Architecture.
Thank you so much, Professor Gell. There is another question. Yes, we will take the last question because we have to go on with our program. So, Dr. Yasmin, can you come here, please? Yes.
Hello, Professor. I'm Dr. Yasmin. Thank you for the great presentation. It was such an inspiration. But I need your point of view about the high-density cities, okay, in developing countries. Sometimes they don't have the luxury to have bikes as transportations, as the cities are...
Could you speak slower?
Yeah, sure. I need your point of view about the problem of cities with high density, overpopulated cities. Okay, the cities are extended, very extended, and the city inhabitant has to drive for miles to reach work. So cycling, it's not like a transportation for him. It's more like an activity. Okay, what we can do in overpopulated cities in developing countries to increase such transportation? What do you think?
There is at present a number of interesting ideas. One of the ideas is this idea that we should be much more concerned about the 15-minute city, that we should try to have as many amenities as possible inside 15 minutes of walk, so that we don't need so much mobility. But of course, we can see now many cities, they develop their public transportation with very smart metro lines or light rail lines and other ways which really is quite comfortable and can give you a bigger radius and have less climatic implications. So we can see and the idea that when we all have electric cars which are without driver, we have no problems. I don't buy that at all, because we can never solve the mobility cities of Homo sapiens by putting everybody in 1 ton of steel with 4 rubber wheels. There's no room for that, and that's too many resources. And even if we have electricity, we still need energy to do it. So we will have to build more complicated and dense, and we will have to have better transportation systems based on the climate in each region, what we can do. In Denmark, it's nice to bicycle because it's a little bit cold, so you can keep warm. And also it's flat. Also, New York is flat, and they are very much into bicycling in New York, and they are not so hot. It's more hot in your place. And I'm so sorry that I didn't have the chance to come in person to participate in the conference, but I have a number of other things going on, and it is very nice that now we can also communicate digitally or over the web which I appreciate very much. So I thank you for being with you today. It's been a great honor for me, and I thank you for organizing it in this excellent way.
Thank you so much, Professor Gal. It has been such an honor to have you at Effat University, and looking forward to inviting you in person soon, inshallah. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now I wish to introduce Dr. Memaryat Shuman, Provost of Effat University, to give her speech. Dr. Memaryat holds a PhD in Computer Science and Operation Research from University of Montreal, Canada. She held high administration positions since 2010 until now at Effat University. Currently, she is appointed as the Provost of Effat University starting from January 2021. She is also a professor in the Supply Chain Management Department of Effat University's College of Business since 2010. Please welcome Dr. Memaryat Shuman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Salha. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيد الخلق أجمعين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dear ladies and gentlemen, respected colleagues, Effat affiliates, students, and alumni, good morning to all. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the first International Conference of Architecture and Design, Man and Place Creative Transformation, organized by the Architecture and Design departments at College of Architecture and Design, who have adopted this year an important theme, not only in relation to emerging needs of the world thriving for more sustainable and resilient cities, but also in alignment with the Saudi Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Different themes were discussed yesterday in the keynote speeches, including the transformation for more equitable and sustainable cities by discussing how to build safer, stronger, and more livable cities after COVID. Another keynote speech discussed the augmented and responsive futures. A highly interactive roundtable was organized to incorporate diverse debates and perspectives from different stakeholders about Effat collaboration with industry. We proudly presented how Effat is innovatively and practically moving towards connecting the dots between industry and academia through our practical-based projects with OD, with Hongai, with Neom, and Adlal, under the guidance of the Royal Highness Princess Noor Al Faisal and Shada Hotel. Based on our strategic plan team for 2022-2027, about innovation and digital transformation, we have driven our conference team to be based on integrating creativity to the different architecture and design domains. From that view, the main paper sessions have been conducted yesterday about creative transformation and each of sustainability and environmental challenges in 4 separate sessions. We are honored to welcome authors online and in person from more than 6 different countries this year. They have fruitfully discussed different perspectives related to biomimetic techniques, transportation systems, adaptive reuse for all buildings, walkability, aesthetical aspects in relation to spiritual ones in mosques, neighborhood design, ecological and energy efficient design, urban farming, bioclimatic landscape, non-visual effect of lighting, and more. They agreed and disagreed to open paths and tracks for more innovations that would definitely help in achieving better quality of life between the physical and the digital, and thus aligning with Effat College of Architecture and Design strategic plan theme and contributing more toward better achievement to the main attribute of Saudi Vision 2030. We were so proud of all school teams who participated yesterday in our competition of architecture and design. They competed and presented innovative ideas. This is in alignment with our vision to build the culture of creativity among younger generations and give them more local and international exposure. We were also very excited to present our annual exhibition, which celebrates the success and achievement of our students and serve as an appreciation for all faculty support and guidance all through the different design studios, starting from freshman till senior levels. Today, we shall start again with two important keynote speeches that you have already had, Cities for People and the other by the Deputy Minister for Urban Planning and Land, Dr. Adel Zahrani, who will be tackling urban intervention within urban transformations. In the evening, we will be organizing another two keynote speeches by the well-known Karim Rashid about the future of design and Kurush Salehi about public realms in private culture. All keynote speeches are not to be missed. To pave our road for achieving digital transformations, another roundtable will be held about customization of heritage digital documentation techniques by Dr. Shalabi from KAUST, with the contribution of many experts in this field. I see this opportunity to thank ITRA for conducting quite interesting workshops, which attracted students from different majors and will be repeated today again with another group of participants. The first one introduces the material potential with experimentation on concrete canvas. The second is also hands-on experimentation and prototyping about the principles of constructing buildings that create their own special air colony, while allowing participants to experience the interaction with a real-sized air building. We shall continue other 4 paper sessions about creative transformation with each of sustainability, environment challenges, smart cities, and place identity. The scientific committee will end up with concluding the technical report about the conference. There will be also an award ceremony for our respected speakers and conference committee members. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my profound gratitude and sincere appreciation to our speaker, author, all members of the scientific and organizing committee, the facility team, the PR and communication team for their effort in organizing this annual event. And I welcome you all to continue sharing your valuable contribution through our upcoming session. God bless you all. Enjoy the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mirvat, for your opening speech. Now I wish to introduce Professor Mohammed Madi Mohammed, Dean of Graduate Studies and Research at Effat University. Professor Madi is a professor of architecture who joined Effat University in fall 2014. He received his PhD in Dundee College of Architecture, UK on July 2009. He has more than 20 years of academic and practice experience. Through his private firm, Dr. Madi participated in the design and construction for several projects, and he was the sole architect and the main architectural lead consultant for different residential, office, medical, and educational buildings. He became an authorized architectural consultant by the Egyptian Syndicate for Engineering in 2013 and a lead green associate by the USGBC in 2014. And he is an authorized trainer for education for sustainable development by the European Union /Egyptian Ministry of Education since 2014. And he is the co-editor of a number of well-recognized journals. Please welcome Professor Madi.
Hello everyone, and good morning, and welcome to the second day of our international conference for Man and Place Creative Transformation. First, I would like to thank Dr. Mirvat for her informative speech. I believe she covered all the 2 days, what happened yesterday and what is going to do today, inshallah. We wish you all a very enjoyable day today. And then I think I will try to use my speech to highlight on something else related to the conference, which is the research at Effat University. On behalf of the organizing and the program committee and the Deanship of Graduate Studies and Research, I am honored and delighted to welcome you all today and to introduce or give you a brief about the research in Effat University and also the College of Architecture and Design. From the conference title, Creative Transformation, I can confirm that Effat University managed during the previous 5 years to apply this concept on research at Effat University. From its size and its type as a private university, Effat University decided in the previous strategic plan to use a theme to encourage and motivate its faculty and the researchers to elevate in research. This theme was embracing research. As Dr. Memaryat mentioned, the theme for the current strategic plan is the innovation and digital transformation. The previous one was embracing research. And to do this at Effat University, we incorporated too many activities and techniques and strategies to do this. I will highlight on some of them, which was very important during the previous year. The first one, that Effat is managing about 4 international conferences from the different 4 colleges annually. And another one, which is the 5th, it considers a unique conference for only undergraduate students. We call it Scientific Research Forum, where the students and the undergraduate students can participate by their research work as papers or demo or presentations. It's worth mentioning here that Effat University emphasizing to have a research component in each course in the bachelor level. Also, Effat University created 2 journals, one for business and the second one also for undergraduate research, and I believe that this is also a unique idea and journal. We are publishing in this journal all the output of the research from the students in collaboration with their faculty, and we are in the process now to index these 2 journals by Scopus. It's worth mentioning that the 2 journals are hosted on the Arab Association of University platform. Also, the Deanship of Graduate Studies and the university created several policies and strategies to encourage the faculty and the students, including and not only limited to the incentives for research, for extra publication, the Excellence in Research Award every year for faculty and the students through the different conferences, the best papers, and the grants for internal grants and the conference attendance and participation. To avoid making it long, I'd like to talk about some numbers related to the research at the university and the College of Architecture and Design. To achieve these goals, we devised 42 KPIs to measure the effectiveness and the achievement of the research, and I will highlight a few of them. The first one, that we managed during the 5 years to publish 47% of the entire publication since the university has been opened since 14 years ago. Also, we have 78% of this publication indexed by Web of Science and Scopus, which is a very high percentage for a private and small university. Citation rate per faculty has been increased dramatically from about 5.2 before these 5 years to now 15.9 for each document published by Effat University. The profile of the university on Scopus and the Web of Science also have been increased. The H-index on Scopus reaches now 102, related to only 30 before this 5 years, and in Web of Science also it is over 40. All the faculty and the department managed to increase the international collaboration, and the number that I will tell you now is from the ministry report that have been created last year for all the universities at the Kingdom. Effat University reached in its international collaboration 56% of all their publications. while the percentage of publication among the best 10% that had been cited around the world is 17% at Effat University. Percentage of publication in the top 10 journals based on CITE score is 16.6, while 43.7 of the total publication have been published in Q1 journals. Also, publication of Effat University contributed with different percentage toward all the entire SDGs. Now, when we come to the College of Architecture and Design and their contribution to all these numbers and the achievement, we will find that the College of Architecture and Design is no exception. The percentage of the output during the 5 years reached 72% over the entire years, while the percentage of the indexed paper raised from around 30% in 2016 to now 61%. College of Architecture has a research center, which is one of the 4 research centers in the university. This one is the Smart Building Research Center, which includes several laboratories and supportive laboratories in addition to the fabrication lab. One of these labs is the Environmental Design Lab, which we consider that it is one of the very few in the Middle East, if not the only one in the Middle East, that investigating the architecture design in the early stages of design through physical modeling, through simulation, and through handheld equipment and data loggers. In addition, that we are the only university who have the microstation to record all the climatic factors that are affecting the building design in Jeddah. College of Architecture and Design achieved 25% of the entire number of IBs and patents in the university, and also it has the biggest share in achieving the Excellence Award and the Design Award among the other colleges in the universities. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you all for being here today to share with us this very exciting conference. Wishing you all the best for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Maldi, for your informative speech. It's our pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker for today, Dr. Adil Al-Zahrani, Deputy Minister for Urban Planning and Lands, to give his speech titled Urban Interventions Within Urban Transformations. Dr. Adil Al-Zahrani is an architecture and urban design critic and practitioner with more than 15 years of global and local professional experience. His global experience started in 2007 with a full-time senior architect and urban designer at ZNARC Associations in Cambridge, USA. He was given the opportunity for urban design training at the Boston Redevelopment Authority and contributed to the Boston Future Plan. Dr. Adil was invited to be an urban design workshop as a trainer in the UN Habitat program, collaborating with Saudi Ministry of Municipal and Urban Affairs in the Future Saudi Cities program. As an academic, Dr. Al-Zahrani teaching experience covers different U.S. organizations. He taught at Wentworth Institution of Technology, Boston, for 3 years and was invited to Virginia Tech and Harvard GSD to lead workshops on urban design process. Dr. Adil's focus is on the role of integration of architecture and urban design in shaping contemporary urban spaces. Please welcome Dr. Adil Al-Zahrani.
Could you connect my presentation?
You want to put your...
Unfortunately, it's in here.
you want to put it?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say thank you to Effat University for giving me this opportunity to be part of the keynote speakers and to share with you my experience. I'm not going to act today as a deputy minister. I'm going to act today as an academician, because today I'm giving a speech at a school where actually I can see it, the incubator for knowledge and ideas, concepts, insights, inspirations, and so on. So, first of all, today the kingdom has a vision that's not only to market what we are doing right now, but what we are going to keep progressing and achieving from yesterday till the next 50 years. As the Deputy Minister for Mumra, I'm saying the abbreviation because it's a long name, وزارة البلديات والإسكان, it's a Ministry of, I would make it shorter, a Ministry of Urban Development and Housing. We have three main roles. For anyone who wants to know what we are doing, number one, we are setting up the direction. Direction how the Amanat should work, how we should really manage the national urban planning in the kingdom. We are giving support. Number two, we are setting up the policy, regulations, standard criteria. The third role is we are enablement. So we set up all the support to enable the stakeholders in the kingdom who work on the urban planning. The fourth one is to keep progressing and monitoring the performance. So basically, we are doing performance management. So direction, criteria, standard policies, enablement, and at the same time, what is the fourth one? Performance management. Urban transformation is not just to tell people how we want to transform urban spaces. It's basically how we transform people's life, how we can make cities to be more welcoming kids, families, how we can make our cities or our neighborhoods to be tourist destinations. If we travel all over the world, we're going to see there are very tiny, small neighborhoods that people are visiting and enjoying, and this really doing a positive impact on the local economy, for the local business. All right, good. So we are going through something called public realm transformation. The public realm actually in the kingdom was abandoned for a while. I would really send a big thank you to my godfather for urban transformation, who I learned a lot from him, Jan Gill, also Patrick Miller, who supervised me in the PhD when I was doing my research. And I would like to send big thanks to Kevin Lynch, because Patrick Miller is a student of Kevin Lynch. So I'm a grand student of Kevin Lynch. It's going to be very important today to tell people that urban spaces where we walk, gathering, socializing, is the key for any cities. If we look to the mega projects in the kingdom, such as Roshan, they are really focusing in such atmosphere they're trying to provide inside the cities. And what they are doing basically is really improving the local economy. They're really raising the bar of the property values because they brought high quality projects. I have some stories here in my tablet. I will share it with you. I would like to say we have at Mumra what we call National Urban Design Studio. It's a baby. It's almost like a year and a half, but we are doing huge impact in the kingdom. Now I have a really huge waiting list for the trainers who would like to have their internship at Mumra. We are hiring super creative, innovative architects, urban designers, urban planners, Saudis, non-Saudis. We are really relying on Saudis more because today we want to invest in the local knowledge, how we can really raise the bar to have international skills with local mentality that can really be competitive. We worked with Jan Gel's team to transform the knowledge that they are working on it. I'm sorry, I can't speak while I'm standing. I love to go back and forth when I'm talking. Is there a mic? Can I have? Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. So this is why today actually I'm not wearing a very formal. I'm kind of like casual because I want to reduce the social distance between me and you guys, so you don't feel I'm a deputy minister or so. So I'm so happy to be within my students. I think I saw some of my former students here. Who did I teach when I was? Raise your hand. Anyone? No, really? Oh. Nahas. Oh, by the way, she's really good in sketching. Yeah. When I was teaching, she was one of the students who, when I look at her sketches, I feel that I sketched something, but then I found that it's her sketch. She has the same flavor. Thank you. Awesome. All right. All right. Here we go. Cool. You see it now? Cool. Public realm transformation. Hopefully you'll enjoy the presentation. What we are doing basically, number one, when I established the urban design studio at Memaryat, I worked on something very important and we missed that one, which is we did not have urban design guidelines. We did not have public realm manual. Today we have this actually. And it was a very, very great material. We worked in collaboration with DASC. And this material that we provided, it has two parts. The National Urban Design Guidelines, it's more about a vision, how we should really see our cities. This was almost 8 months workshop between Memaryat and Jan Gel's team. We worked to study all the KPIs and the mandate of the Vision 2030. The new urban agenda, we worked on it with the UN Habitat and UNDP. Some of the materials, research, something called Future City Program. All the materials that happened the last years, I brought it to the table and we did workshops and we reactivated and we come up with the National Urban Design Guidelines. Then after bringing the guidelines, we divided the guidelines into several items. How we should really design our cities, the public realm, the residential neighborhoods, how we can really design the parks, how we design the streets, but it's a vision. So this document will be used by amanat municipalities or development authority, hayat markiya or hayat at-tatwir. Then the implementation. The implementation basically is about what is the role of each stakeholders in the kingdom. What's the role of the private sector? What's the role of the public sectors? The parking? What's the role of hayat al-tatwir wal hayat al-malakiyya? The other material is basically about public realm design manual. And here you have the ABC public realm components. So this is very interesting material. We will share it with you. And by the way, I'm going to tell you something. We got the approval from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for these two documents. And this is a big success we actually achieved. And we take the blessings from His Royal Highness. We cover all the public realm components. And by the way, this we did this material in-house. Again, we had it in a collaboration with Jan Gel's team and Glipsis. We actually, you can see here what is the typologies of the open space streets. I think if we turn off the lights, the screen will be, you can see it clearer. All of us, we know the reference of the city at eye level. Today, we are going to have a very interesting material not only thinking about giving an approval for master plan, اعتماد مخططات, and this used to be in the past. Today, we are working on how we should see our cities at the eye level. So we are not only focusing on the public space, we are not focusing on the public realm, not the city eye level, but also how we're going to generate revenue after we pass this stage. We have a very interesting initiative. We have a very giant, excellent program. Anyone would like to have an internship with us at Mumra in Riyadh, you're going to really enjoy our program. It's called Spatial Planning and Enhancing the Visual Appeal Program. It has 21 initiatives. One of the initiatives called Activating the Public Realm. Inside this initiative's number of projects. One of the projects called 1,500 interventions. And when I say 1,500 intervention, by 2027, we should do a transformation for 1,500 spots in the Saudi cities. These basically can be, number of it can be a flagship, very unique, luxurious, and I'm going to show you one of these projects. We worked on it. We get the proof. We're going to see it soon. And 1,300, the basics. When I say the basics, is the basics that can really help us to push our cities to be in the top 50 livable cities in the world. The intervention for the transformation, if we are going to talk about streets, how we can see streets before and after. So streets is one element of the urban intervention. Public square and plazas. Today in Saudi Arabia, we don't have plaza as a meaning plaza, piazza. We don't have it. So we need to make a plaza. نحتاج نحن نستحدث اليوم plazas and squares. Residual spaces. These are the spaces that can be seen as the kind of like left spaces after master planning a neighborhood, a city. These spaces, how we can really invest in it and can be an added value to the visual appeal. Roundabouts. How many roundabouts do you have in Jeddah? Looks great roundabout. Do we have? No one, right? What? Bicicleta? دوار الدراجة? No. Okay. So we really. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So roundabout is very important today to take care of it, right? Leftover spaces. We really need to invest and to do a transformation for leftover spaces. Leftover spaces our spaces المهدرة في المدن, such as spaces under bridges, for example, spaces inside neighborhoods, spaces in the downtown, spaces on the edges of the board. There are some of waste of spaces, like you can see low density neighborhood and a street with 8 lanes. Wow, it's the width is more than a highway, and it's inside neighborhood. I call it in Arabic al-mutarahila. I don't know what this means, mutarahila, like, anyway. We are, so to really, to be enabled and to enable, you have to have partners. Today, nothing called I'm gonna work, it's not about a one-man show. Today we have partners. Inside Mumra, داخل وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية, our deputyship for urban planning and lands. We have internal stakeholders, we have the infrastructure deputyship, and we have the investment and revenue deputyship, plus the 17 amana, 17 amana. How many amana we have in the kingdom? 17. You have to know this number, 17 amana, right? 17 amana we have in the kingdom, right? Who are our stakeholders, the external? وزارة الثقافة, and I'm going to tell you why وزارة الثقافة. وزارة الرياضة, I'm going to tell you how, right? We have الترفيه, وزارة السياحة, tourism, health. We are working mainly with quality of life program. They are funding the project. We are working with the Saudi downtown, Roshan, and finally we signed a very interesting MOU with Roshan. Roshan, they're doing an amazing in terms of their building communities. So today we are updating our policies and regulations in Mumra, Everything. Today we are working on something called shared parking. So, you know, Michael, that we don't have in the kingdom shared parking. The concept is not there, so we need to work on it. Yes. So, I know everyone knows Michael, right? Making cities livable, right? The godfather, right? So, we are working also with the private sectors. Ghurfat Jeddah, Ghurfat Riyadh, we are doing really great with them because at the end of the day, you need really to accommodate the business owners, private sectors. They are suffering from a parking. If he's going, I had a meeting with Mohammed Drabi. He's a businessman. He's the owner of Oud Square. He told me, you know what? I have a very interesting project. I'm going to pay 100+ million riyal, but with new rules for the parking, I need, instead of one car for each 50 square meter, your regulation is 2 cars. This means I need to double it. I need to add 30 million people, 30 million riyal. This was kind of like a shock for me because this regulation was approved before I joined Mumra. Today we are doing shoveling for all the policies and the regulation. All right, here we go. Now, when I started, first of all, with the teams, I told the teams that I really need to bring what are the strategy for each stakeholders. Minister of Tourism, Minister of Sports, Quality of Life, Minister of Health, and I want to bring between the lines from each strategy what are the bullets that I need and I feel it will really do an impact in the city if I'm going to consider it. And we did this, a very simple matrix, especially the things that are related to public health, how we reduce the chronic diseases, what is the impact, how we want people to, because in the Vision 2030, one of the very interesting KPI that by 2030, we need to see 46+% from the residents practice sports outside. When you say outside means in the streets, in the urban spaces. We put design criteria and we put how we're going to collect. We did compliance toolkit, design manual. We worked on what are the things for revenue generation, right? Pasture pyramids. Now we are going to enforce all the cafes and restaurants to push their dining hall to be outside or to extend it outside, and they're going to pay for that one. They're going to rent from the street. You need the people to enjoy, but at the same time, my role as Mumra or as Amana is to help to design and to construct high quality streets. So I'm not going to let you absolutely sit outside, right, in a restaurant cafe, in the front of a parking, right? So sidewalk activity license. Now, we have street performance. Now, Hayat al-Tarfih, or the Entertainment General Authority, GS, says that anyone today would like to do a street performance, you have to take an approval and you have to pay a fees for that. So this is generating revenue, right? Kiosk street trading, all right? Parking fees, all right? Signage, everything in the street will generate revenue. بالمقابل, I'm going to provide high quality streets, either low, not low, the basics or the flagship components. These are very simple for one of the project. We did it for pilot number 1. What are the things, if we're going to do the pasture premise for the street, how much is very important for residual spaces, it's not important for leftover spaces, and so on. So this is a slide from a very giant presentation. This is just a financial model for that one. Let me show you one example for how to transform a neighborhood in a city to be a tourist destination. I'm going to just say something here. I'm an architect and urban designer. I did my undergrad in architecture and I did my PhD in urban design. I did my master in city planning. I was focusing on the social activities. So to understand how we should really develop public space or to do a transformation, we should know three things. And I think one of the audience asked Jan a question about how we're going to densify أو نزيد الكثافات. To densify, number one, you need to have public transportation. It's not an option. Riyadh has a strategy to increase the density by 2030 from 15 to 20 million people. If I don't have this population, all the billions of the metro that is now going to be launched soon, we're going to start soon in Riyadh, won't work if I don't have enough population. So public transportation, what does it mean? It means how the city has the potential to ease and to smooth the movement inside the city. This is the key if we're going to talk about the density. Number one. Number two, you have to have enough public spaces per capita. Now in Saudi Arabia, the number that we studied and we found it's almost 3.2 something square meter per capita. It's very low. Now we work on our strategy and the strategy got approved to raise it from 3 point something percent square meter to 18 square meter per capita. Number three for handling the city is you have to have the connectivity and accessibility. If you don't have these, the city will be really in chaos. You cannot control the safety, security, if we're going to have pandemic diseases, if we're going to talk about a lot of things that are related to the component of the livability, it will be really get out of control if we cannot have the city to be really ready by these three main important as government, then as private sector should really work on it. An example of the urban transformation, this part of the what I'm going to show you is how we transform a city, a neighborhood to be a tourist destination. And the case study is Hayy al-Rawda, Rawda neighborhood. And let me show, who lives in Rawda? One? Only one? Two? Oh, only two. But you know Hayy al-Rawda, right? All of you, right? Good. All right. Now, tourism basically, if you're going to travel all over the world, when you go visit a city, you found that you want to visit a specific neighborhood because there is something attractive to visit that neighborhood, right? Do we have that in the kingdom? Not yet. Maybe in Riyadh, but it's not a neighborhood. It's not a district, right? So what we are really trying to achieve is to have an ecosystem for all the main cities to have the components and the factors to activate and to be an attractive for visitors, for residents, and also for the inhabitants. What kind of experience we want to provide? So it's not about just to provide a place for tourism and to increase the value. It's not about coffee shop and cafes and nice spaces for people to walk. It's what kind of experience you would like to provide, right? How we really take empower the travel. Is it going to be an attractive? The fees is going to be really competitive for people. So you are here in Riyadh, you want to go and visit, you're here in Jeddah and you want to visit something in Riyadh. Is it really worth it to say, I'm going to visit the neighborhood that is in Riyadh because it has 1, 2, 3, right? All these actually 6 elements are very important. And by the way, these 6 elements are aligned with what Ministry of Tourism, when we had a meeting with Prince Haifa 2 months ago, This is what they have in their mind. Why focusing on neighborhood, right? This is a very important, right? If we look to the international experience, these numbers can tell you exactly, I'm not going to go to explain this number, but will really tell you why it's very important for neighborhood to be focused, to make it a tourist destination. So it's very important. What are the main elements that can play a major role on the urban fabric to make it attractive for people? The culture. Culture is very important. If you're going to visit a very interesting, attractive neighborhood in Jeddah, and when you go visit, it's like you are in Paris. You're going to go visit? Absolutely not. But if you go and visit and you see the local flavor, the crisp of the culture, absolutely, it's going to be very interesting for you to enjoy, right? How can bring the everyday culture, the everyday social activities to that experience? All the projects that we have, mainly mega projects, macro scale, right? Hayat al-Tarfih, Entertainment Authority, sports, the Ministry of Tourism, all their projects are city scale, not a neighborhood scale. It's very important today how I can move from, now we have an amazing architecture in the kingdom. We have creative architects and designers, but at the same time I really need to bring the heritage to be the focus when I want to develop the tourism. We have big ambitions, but at the same time we need to bring the human scale to our daily life activities. We need to bring a bridge between how we want people to come and have some entertainment moment from a tourist point of view and the neighborhood as part of a city. Very important today, we have these 4 elements that we're really missing in our cities. How we can really, so anyone wants to take, this is a very important picture, if I want a slide, if I want to take a picture, because this we aligned with Ministry of Tourism in these slides for a neighborhood scale. So how we're gonna start, this is very important. We went through a number of case studies. Porto, right? Used to be long time ago, high crime, part of a city, neighborhoods. Today, it's a tourist destination to all the people around the world. It's worth it really to think, I'm gonna visit Porto today, right? I'm talking about scale, a neighborhood scale. What are the components that we found that can play a major role when I put the concept of the design from an urban design point of view can really help me? Now, if we're talking about the neighborhood itself, we're talking about how the public squares, walkability, connectivity, the accessibility, the colors, the materials, the textures, the signage system, the wayfinding, the leveling, all these play a major role, plus the function. If we talk about shopping, retail, cafes, restaurants, and so on. There, we studied also their themes, how they are studying the parking. So they have parking strategies, because at the same time, they found they have to solve the parking, but at the same time, the things that let people come in is to provide the platform, which is you see the public realm, the open spaces, that host their daily activities to be part of this successful story. Barcelona, right? It's very interesting. If we look to how did they develop the whole city as an ecosystem, and if we look to the components for one of their neighborhood, one more time, the social activities, the platform that hosts the activities, the outdoor activities, the colors, the materials, and if we look here, you look how the heritage, the history, is the factor that brought people and attract them to visit them. Very interesting, because I need to focus on this slide because the rest will depends on this way of explaining, right? Here, if you look to these activities, these are the shared activities and uses for all successful tourist destination neighborhoods. Why I'm saying that? Because we're going to make a comparison between the international case studies and between Hayy al-Rawda, that we are going to use it as a sample. So these are the main elements. Yangel was talking about 15-minute neighborhoods. If I'm going to make a tourist destination, I need the people to walk in this neighborhood and to enjoy walking 15 minutes. If you're talking about the allocated parking, well-connected, protected bike lane, outdoor settings, patios, and so on. I'll go through, these are, okay, no, this is a very summary for the main component to do a tourist destination for a neighborhood scale, not a city scale. So, now, here we go. Let's start with Jeddah. Everyone here from Jeddah. All right, let's see your city. What is the factors, right? Jeddah is a city that is ready for transformation, by the way. But we need all the creative architects, academicians, practitioners to really put their creative ideas. And let me tell you something. I'm talking about my personal attitude. As a Deputy Minister for Urban Planning and Lands, I will enable you, if you come up with any ideas to make an urban transformation. Come visit my office in Riyadh, do the presentation. I will make you to be the owner, and I'll ask you, and I will facilitate everything with the amana, and you're going to be part of this story. So, what's happening right now in Jeddah? We have very nice, successful stories. We defined a number of neighborhoods for development or for transformation. We want really to see the neighborhood to have the items that can attract people to. These are 6 neighborhoods and 6 elements for what are the components that can help us to achieve our target to transform Hayy al-Rawda to be a tourist destination. Right. Look at this very nice, interesting. Okay. Now, do you see the dashed line? Dotted line, do you see it? Do you see it here? Dashed line, all right? Okay, this dashed line, right? This dashed line, do you see it? The solid line is Al-Rawda district, Hayy al-Rawda, all right? All right? You see it here in Mayfair. Okay, this is Mayfair in London. Do you see the dashed line? All right? Okay, so what does that mean? It means today Hayy al-Rawda can contain 6 Mayfair. It's huge. It has potential. But let's think more. What if we're going to have 6 hearts? And let's work with the strategy of heart. By the way, this presentation was presented to His Excellency, the Ministry, and was presented to His Royal Highness, the Minister of Culture, and presented also to His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, and to the CEO, Khalid al-Bakr, in the Barnamij Jawat al-Hayat. We did an urban analysis. We said, okay, now, the main important thing here is to analyze all the functions and uses inside. What are the uses that I really need to support the approach of tourism? What are the amenities? What are the services? What are the percentage here? All right, now, you see these mainly like cafes, restaurants, culture centers, public services. So let's go with the first heart, all right? First heart. This zone, we analyzed it. So imagine these comparisons. And by the way, around the district, for you, Jeddah guys, you think this is the best, nice neighborhood, right? You go and eat there in Darzed and Solo Cafe and you enjoy walking. But in the reality, it's almost poor in terms of the services. Compare it with the super block in Barcelona. Look at the amount of uses. The cafes, the restaurants, retail, shopping, walking, green spaces, connected very well, the outdoor spaces, the parks, the parking strategy they have. This is a comparison. This is 1.8 square kilometer, and the other is same size, same scale, right? So this is very interesting. Just we want to understand where are we today and where we want to be by 2030. This is a question each one of you here, my students, to keep it in your mind. Where are we today and where we want to be by 2030 and what we want to see in the coming 50 years. We did an analysis for all the spaces that can really help and support. We also did an inventorying أو حصر to the parks. Why parks? Now we have a royal decree that says if you have a park, you can cut off maximum 10 to 25% from the park for public support. Parking multi-story, community center, and so on. So here we are talking about how the parks can really help and support our approach. So we did an analysis and inventory to all the components that will help to achieve. White land أو الأراضي البيضاء, the empty land that we have, either private or public, owned by Amana, owned by another governmental entity, or by private sectors. Because today we are going to propose this thing, it's something very important I would like to mention here. Today we are doing a very interesting proposal and we're going to submit it to the Royal Court, which is to add parking multi-story garage inside the neighborhoods. The ground level will have all the daily activities, baqala, small corner store, barber shop, and the rest will be parking. The building will have certain criteria in terms of the feasibility, how we want to see this building inside. It has a maximum size, and also it has what we call the maximum diameter. So I don't want to propose this, then I found 4 or 5 people, they are building multi-story parking garages next to each other. So there is also a maximum distance. It's like parks, mosques, and so on. We found that the streets are over-dimensioned in Shari Abdel Maqsood Khoja. You know Abdel Maqsood Khoja, right? It's over-dimensioned. What does it mean? It means it has tarahul. It's low density, high-end street, considered as high-end street, but at the same time, it's almost 8 lanes. Why 8 lanes? Right? So, we went through analyzing and considering step 1 is to develop the main streets that has the mixed use. We started with Abdel Maqsood Khoja. We start, okay, what if, right? This is a very interesting question when you design a street. We need to work with the existing situation. We have visual pollution. We have ignoring or absence to the identity of Jeddah. The heritage, it's not there. There is a chaos actually in the parking movement. We don't have a parking regulation in that street. How are we going to develop it? We said, okay, so let's go through the experience. We are going to consider Hussein with his family his wife and kids, going and to visit Jeddah, and he wants to visit Hayy Rawda. What he is looking for, this is very important, right? Aziza, the young creative guy, she has crazy mind, invention, she fixes cell phones, she loves IT, she works in cybersecurity and so on. Lucas, he is an enthusiastic tourist from outside of the country and he wants to visit this neighborhood. What experience he wants to see? Dana, the grounded local, she lives in the same neighborhood. What kind of experience she wants to see? John, international consultant. He wants to go and spend some time there with his laptop, having a cup of coffee, having some walk. He's working as a consultant with a company, whatever, right? And Sarah, an Instagram influencer. So all of those guys, what kind of experience you would like to bring to them? So we went through each one of those guys to look if they're gonna walk and stop at each station, what are the things that we think they are looking for? And by the way, this is part of also the tourism approach, Ministry of Tourism working on it, with the international scientific approach to understand how they want to go. So the young creative, the international tourist, the locals inside the neighborhood, the international consultants, and the Instagram influencer. So let's do an analysis. We did kind of analysis for the users and creating a destination. We did something very interesting through a walk. So we did a workshop inside the neighborhood. And by the way, we met with the people there, with the shops owners, restaurants owners, cafes owners. We had a walk with our team, and we did kind of like a reflection. This is very interesting. This is Hayy Rawda, Shari'a al-Maskhawja today. Through our studies, this is what we are expecting to see. See, now the ministry is not working in a very governmental way. We are working as a consultant. So everything now, there's a huge shift in the kingdom, right? So, and by the way, Professor Murtada is working with me as an advisor, the heritage and the history guy. So tomorrow, we want to see our cities, not only on the streets in this approach. This is very interesting here, right? We want to achieve the walkability. Look at the walkability, it's almost zero, right? When I say walkability, I don't mean people walking. I mean ready for walking. The streets are ready for walking. We did the archetypes for what kind of quality we want to achieve based on the analysis for each street. One more time, شارع الإمام. I think يتقاطع مع شارع عبد المقصود خوجة. All right, شارع حمد الجاسر. What we want to achieve for tomorrow, and this today. It's a very interesting diagram based on the time. This is today, and this is we want to go from to, and this is the strategy from the National Urban Design Guidelines, these pages. We want really to do huge achievement. So our goal basically, we came up that actually it's not most, all actually, let's go neutral. The majority of our neighborhoods in our Saudi cities, they're missing these 6 elements, right? And we went through a huge list, and these are the main elements that we are really missing and we would like really to achieve. What is the strategy to go through this one? I'm not going to go through to explain it, right? How we want to achieve it, timeline. So this is now Shara part. You know this place, right? This is your house, Hinak? Okay, all right. All right. This is what we want to see and how we want really to have the achievement. I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, there we go. It's okay, fine. Right? This is from the other side of the street. This is what we are really trying to achieve. These are the basics. I'm supposed to have a video here, but I know why it's not working. It's okay, fine. Let's keep moving. Yes. Right? The other side of the street, this street has mainly palaces. So the entrance from each building is like 20 meter, 30, 50 meter between each entrance for each palace. So there is no that traffic on the street. So we changed it to be more linear parks. And this is what we are assuming to see, instead having it in, look at this. This is, yeah, so this is Prince Badr Palace, and these are the palaces here, and this is the look of the street, right? This is a school before and how we are really thinking to see. And these are the basics, by the way, the basics, not a luxury, but an experience we'd like to deliver to the kids when they go to the school. Another part of the street, this is Al-Imam, yes. Yeah, so how we want to see it. The other side also from the streets, and by the way, we're working now on the working drawings. And how we want actually to see it this way. The visual pollution, it's a disaster. How we want really to improve it. This is so funny, columns in the middle of the streets. Oh my gosh. Right? So what's next? We are still working on progress with the Ministry of Tourism. We have another projects working with Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Sports. But this is just because I know if I'm going to keep talking, I'm not going to finish. Doctora told me you have only 5 minutes, and I think only one more minute. All right? So we are still working on progress. Hopefully you enjoyed the presentation. This is what Memaryat is doing today, the government is doing today. There is nothing called today governmental quality. It's one quality, and we are so competitive in terms of recruiting, in terms of also transforming the knowledge from best consultant on board with us. It's not anymore to bring a consultant and give him the task and ask him to do. I have very creative architects, urban design planner like you. They're really engaging with the consultants and they're really learning. Now we are so independent and delivering projects. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adil, for your interesting and inspiring keynote speech. And now we would like to open discussion and questions for 15 minutes.
My phone is there. Could you bring it to me? 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the presentation and this talk. I enjoyed it very much. Actually, I live in Rauda for the last over 15 years, and I've seen the transformation. But again, I'm concerned about cutting trees, whether it's in the main streets or even in closer to the houses. And this is a yearly thing that happens. And I know that there is a concern over the water. And another concern is that at some season, when the wind is blowing high, and then you find that the trees are falling on cars, so they cut it off. So I want to just discuss if there are possibilities by which we can have more greenery without the threat. But at the same time, I think Saudi Arabia, like all the Middle Eastern countries where it's very sunny, you need a shading system that is beautiful and that is not only in one place, but it gives an identity to the city. This is something that I feel very important. One last thing has, that's in a different district, which is the historic district. I'm so much concerned about the clearance, urban renewal. You know that term? Yeah. Okay. And it's destroying a lot of urban areas, and especially the historic ones. And this is very precious. Tourists come not only to see the modern places, but to see the genuine places, all places, how people here lived. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Let me take all the questions at once. Then I will answer. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adel, for your nice presentation. It's very interesting. I would like to ask you about the white lands. You talk about, we have here in Jeddah and in other Saudi cities several white lands. Okay, so can you encourage people to use these white lands in your plan? Or what do you want to do about that?
Thank you so much, Dr. Adel, for this informative presentation. We appreciate too much informing us by the ministry updates and the new projects. It's very nice, and we are looking for this. I just, I don't know if this is in the project or not. The only challenges or the biggest challenge that we face in Jeddah in any development is the climate. Because Jeddah, as you know, is very hot and humid. Most of the year, although all the renovation and the new project, people cannot socialize and cannot use the spaces because of the climate. I didn't see even in the stakeholder or the partners of the project an entity who are looking for the performance of these spaces in terms of CO2 level, the effect on urban heat island, the shading coefficient, and how this will affect the human comfortability, even in terms of lighting pollution and all these physical component of the environmental performance. Is there a plan to integrate it, especially that we have now, alhamdulillah, in Saudi Arabia, Mustadam, which is for new construction, but until now we don't have another rating system or a guidelines for the urban and open spaces in terms of environmental performance.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. One more question. Yes.
So all this nice initiative, it will be really great, I think, and it will reduce the number of cars and the need of the use. So do you have any plan about what will be the future if I have a car and I don't need it anymore? So is there a plan to select to African countries, something like this? Because this is happening also in some countries in Europe.
Okay.
So they start to reduce the age of the cars from 20 years to 15 till 10, and now it is only 8. So they support this somehow by exporting these cars to Africa somehow.
Very interesting. All right. Let's have one question.
Dr. Amaras for King Fahd University in Dhahran. I would like to ask, considering the digital transformation that Saudi Arabia now is experiencing, do you have any idea or plans to implement some of the smart cities aspects in all of these plans, like smart mobility and so on?
One more question. One more question. Ask any question. Doesn't have to be related to the presentation. All right. All right, let's start with the first question for the trees. All right, now the trees that we have in all the transformation we are doing in Jeddah on the Saudi cities, We are going to replace all the trees. We're going to move the existing trees outside the cities to support or to reduce the, or to help actually the greenery outside the cities, because we found all the trees that we have right now inside the cities, like all the trees are not applicable to the climate inside the city. So it will be taken out. We're not going to cut the trees, and we're going to replace it with the trees, because now we have a manual for plantings. What are the trees that are applicable for, such as Hijazi Coast and Barsh Ihsan? What are the trees for Riyadh? So all of these, actually, we are working on it. The second question is about, what's the second question about? Shading, yes. Shading. We are going to use the trees that can have big canopies, number one. Number two, we are going to an incentive package to the private sectors like restaurants and cafes to support shading their frontage if they are located in a spot where the sun most of the day are there. So yes, so we are working actually from a business model. We are doing an incentive package. We have very interesting package, and we are reviewing this package. Then we need to submit it to his, to present to His Excellency the Minister, to present to him and to take his approval. Because this incentive will have something more about reducing fees, paying fees, and so on. So this is going to have something to do with paying something. So we need to take his approval. So I hope I answered the question. The historic area. The guy is here.
Okay. What about the historic area?
Oh.
Thank you.
What is it?
I'm talking about the demolition of old buildings. Like in many countries, they try to conserve these buildings because these are heritage.
I know, but there is nothing heritage here in Rauda district.
No, I'm not talking about Rauda. I'm talking...
Al-Balad?
Yes.
I don't think they demolished it because it's the UNESCO site, and they have to maintain it in order to remain in it, So nothing is demolishing there. They have to maintain it. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
There were districts that were, a lot of buildings were removed. So this is my question.
No, they cannot. I mean, the Balad has been a Balad for the last 10 years, The same buildings, the same thing.
Okay, let me ask about something very important. Now, there were buildings that were just destroyed, whether it's a fire or...
Oh, fire, that's,
Yes, or because they were not maintained.
Yeah.
And these are reducing the heritage for the younger generation.
Well, as far as I know, that, any UNESCO heritage site cannot be, changed, modified, otherwise it will be removed. So, the buildings are there, and even in the buffer zones. However, lately I noticed that, things are moving around the old town, and that has made the old town itself as an island. But as I said, all the Balad, it has to remain the same. They cannot do anything except, increasing the maintenance and reparation, level. And I think now lately, I noticed that some of the buildings are being converted into hotels and to make it more international, and that's very good for the
This
old
is
town.
modernization. This is not conservation.
Well, I know, but the point that there is now changing in the social fabric of the city, but I mean physically, Al-Balad is still the same. Sorry for this.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. This, I think there is a question from. Yeah. Sustainability.
Environment and sustainability consideration.
Yes, we are working with our friends at Ministry of Wizard al-Sana'a, and at the same time we as Head Saudi al-Muhandisin is under our supervision. So we are supporting all the ideas regarding the sustainability. Today, for example, the irrigation system that we're going to propose in one of the intervention, it's not going to be a classic irrigation system. We are talking today about how we can part of the incentive package for the owners on the streets to support the irrigation system by recycling in terms of providing the tools, the equipment, and so on. So we are working this proposal to help. This irrigation system, it's just one example for that. Hopefully I answered the question. Just to send a message that we are keeping this in mind. Thank you. The parking, right? Oh, yeah, your question, yes. What's the question?
White land.
The white land. Okay, yesterday I had a meeting with my friends at RCRC, the Royal Commission, هيئة الملكية تطوير الرياض. It was a big giant workshop about the white land. We are working on it. Number one, we need to make, what are the challenges? One of the challenges that the private sectors, if Prof. Hisham or if Dr. X own a land and he doesn't or she doesn't want to develop it, you need to do two things. Number one, you need to communicate properly with the private sectors. Number two, you have to provide an incentive package one more time. You cannot enforce me to develop it. And with the mega projects in a city is raising the property values. So the development will be really high on me if I'm an owner. So today, how we're going to really do this communication, number one. Number two, to make an incentive أو حزمة تحفيزية للملاك to develop their lands. This is number one. Number two is very important today for the white land. We had a meeting with the Ministry of وزارة الصناعة. Industry? Is like that? Really? Something else, well, that changed. Ministry of Industry? Anyway, وزارة الصناعة, Ministry of Industry. Today we are working with them to propose light manufacturers inside the neighborhoods, صناعات خفيفة, that doesn't harm the environment. And the same time, if this guy behind you is creative, he's creative, absolutely. I don't know him, but I think he's creative. And he's innovative, and he has a business to build something. Let's say, in Champs-Élysées, if you go to walk, if you see the store for chocolate, the industry is very tiny, small, in the second floor. They work on making the packages. So it doesn't harm the environment, so the package. So this is, if we want to develop the white lands, we need to propose new uses to be strategic. So it's not only to do a restaurant and cafe. Now, all of them, they're doing cafes, I know, and they're nice, and they call it, what's it called? Special coffee, special making coffee, something like that. But it's not about this. It's about to come up with guys, like in California today, you can do light manufacturers to reuse or to whatever, something regarding to cell phones. This you can do it in your room, but you need to take a license and you need to pay a tax and so on. So we need to bring this back or to propose it to the neighborhood. So this we are working on, because white lands is really killing the local economy, really, yes. The question is about parking. Okay, reducing number of cars. Today, if I'm going to make a proposal for parkings, number one, I need to change the mindset. I drive, my sister drive, my brother drive, and all of us, we live in one small, tiny apartment. So one apartment that has only 2 bedrooms owns 6 cars. Really, seriously? So I really need, number one, to propose fees. Number two, to change the mindset. But at the same time, if you want to change the mindset, you need really to provide the alternative. So this is very important. So exactly. So we are working on this one. And Riyadh started working, not started, actually they are almost done with the TOD. We need to propose something similar to OT or micro TOD in the city, in most of the cities actually. And this is how can really help to reduce the parking, or to rely and depend on the automobile. So we are doing our best through the ministry, and we had a committee. It's called like السلامة المرورية, like I think like movement, safety, security. I know what's called. The members are from Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Health, Ministry of I think Minister of Culture and different ministers. They're considered as stakeholders to the security. And we are working with them in this proposal. So hopefully we can see something before June. The question here was about? Yeah, we have a deep chip called digital transformation. And number one, they are working on digitizing all the services. We want to make the life of the residents so easy. You don't need to go. Everything can finish online. You can apply. You can take the permission for your store, everything. So we are really doing good. And we are almost we are really competitive internationally. Like we remember when COVID-19, we have Tawakkalna, all your life in Tawakkalna. So now you can see all your business in Tawakkalna as well. Your kids, you can see their performance in Tawakkalna. So the whole country is now transforming digitally, which is really good. And I think the man is running by Sadaya and some of the PF companies. All the ministers actually, the minister is actually working to digitize all their functions and systems. Through our DBChip for urban planning, we are working on smart urbanism, which is how can I really do, for example, we are working on facial recognition that can help to enhance the behavior of the individual in the streets. We are working on it. So hopefully we can see something within, we're in February, end of March. So yeah, we are working on media and marketing plan. So soon you're going to see this DBChip for urban planning doing huge transformation in the country. Hopefully, Prof. Any more questions? Yes.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation, of course. I just have a question about, you were focusing more about the visual appeal of the area, of Al-Rawda area. My question is that how can you guarantee that people can socially interact in a space, or the space can be inclusive to all kinds of people, especially areas that were abandoned? How do you guarantee that they're not going to still be abandoned just with trees and furniture? So how are you guaranteeing the inclusivity of the space? And especially that one of the areas that you showed, the one with the palaces or so, people maybe they're not comfortable with having the traffic you're creating or the spaces that you're creating. So how are you guaranteeing that all the people are going to be comfortable with the space? Plus that public transportation, I think wasn't very clear through the presentation about considering the public transportation.
You spoke about the importance of cultural heritage in our neighborhoods. So what cultural aspects are going to be implemented in the renewal of Al-Rawda?
Right. I think these are the last two questions because Dr. Mohammed will kill me right now. All right. Question number one, we did something very interesting. It's called the impact analysis. And we did pre, and we are waiting for the post. We did pre-surveying through meeting with the community. We did nice workshop with them. For not being abandoned, there is a huge, people are so hungry to see these places in their neighborhood. And the places that has mixed use, we are promoting to support these mixed uses. The streets that are passive with only residential, we keep it residential. We don't make it so crowded. But absolutely, all these residential, they have kids, families, they want to go have fun, to have a walk. So we have to provide the minimum basics to host their daily activities or daily walk. For the question of the urban renewal, I think someone asked me this question, I forgot to answer this question. We are working on a program called the Urban Regeneration Initiative. And this Urban Regeneration Initiative will be seen noon. Hopefully today we have a meeting to finalize this proposal, to submit it to the Royal Court. We need to make an urban regeneration or urban renewal as part of the governance system in the country. We don't want just, now we are working kind of like acupuncture needles, right, to help, right? This is part of the transformation, but we need to make a huge transformation through the urban renewal and urban regeneration. We are working this proposal, we have been working this for almost the last 6 months. Today we're going to submit it to the Royal Court to be sent to the Consultant Commission, Hayat al-Khubara, and to get their approval. And this will really make a huge change. Now, the lands that we see today in Jeddah empty will be developed. Jeddah will be really, part of it will be a high-end, attractive city, as well as other cities will have the same theme in terms of quality of projects, quality of spaces, and so on. I get tired talking. Can I go, please? Can I? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Adel. I know there are a lot of questions because it's just a very rich lecture with very debatable discussions, but we have to go on with our program. So, Saliha, please go on.
Thank you. And now I would wish to introduce Dr. Mohammed Shalabi, Senior Research Scientist from KAUST, who will be moderating a roundtable discussion with a number of distinguished guests about customization of heritage digital documentation techniques, Al-Balad Historical Jeddah case. Dr. Shalabi is a Senior Research Scientist in the Computational Imaging Group, working with Professor Heidrich at KAUST. He obtained his bachelor's in mechanical engineering and his master's in mathematical engineering from the University of Alexandria in Egypt. He received his PhD in technical mathematics from the Research Institute for Symbolic Computation, a university in Austria, where he pursued his postdoctorate studies. In 2016, Dr. Shalabi joined KAUST as a research scientist, where he later promoted to Senior Research Scientist at the Visual Computing Center. Please welcome Dr. Shalabi and distinguished panelists.
Assalamu alaikum.
The presentation is here.
I would like to introduce
Which that?
Today, we will start somehow by a short presentation about a case study of some work has been done in Al-Balad. As we are introducing our panel members, we have a very good combination between academic, research, entrepreneurship, and innovation. And innovation and entrepreneurship are the basis to develop technology. So we are talking today about a project which has been done in Al-Balad to document 25.
البرزنتيشن هنا البرزنتيشن هنا نعرضها دلوقتي على ماشي مش عارفه دي مش
في بس في
يس
Yes, yes. خلاص.
لا لا. So we are going to talk about a project which has been done in Al Balad. The client was the Ministry of Culture, and it was about documenting 25 houses and doing a kind of structure and historical study. But before going into detail, I would like to introduce two of my colleagues here. Khaled, he's an architect by study. After he finished his undergrad in architectural engineering, he did a diploma in multimedia and then a master in IT. And I have Ahmed also. Ahmed, he's an archaeology, a digital archaeology, and he is a photographer and a drone pilot. So we will, while we are talking, we will see how these guys contribute to this project. First question is, whoever visited Al Balad in the last years, there is a lot of activities in stopping what was going of losing the cultural heritage and trying to preserve the current situation and start a real restoration in Al Balad. The first step is we need to document the current status in order to start the second step of restoration. Al Balad and many other cultural heritage sites, they have a very unique features, very nice details, but in a very bad situation. One need to have a very efficient, accurate, and also not that time consuming to document such cultural heritage site. And the main idea, it was somehow to use the state-of-art technology by using drones and laser scanners to do the data acquisition or the scanning as a first step. So using drone or utilizing drone, because Al Balad, it has very narrow streets, it has a very condensed area, so using laser scanner from the ground, it's not that easy to get the top roof. It's not that easy to get all this narrow area. So, but doing it from the sky, utilizing drone, it might be easy, but it will not remove the need of the laser scanner also. So we use a combination of the laser scanner and the drone to speed up the process. What is the idea? Using drone, which it has a camera, high resolution one, it is designed to have a mission planning or a specific path and designed to take images, thousands of images. So this is the first step, which is the scanning. The second step is processing. We are taking all these images, utilizing what is called structure for motion. I will take in more details in the next slides. We generate out of it what is called true or through photo. So this is a photo, but it is a real map. It has points. Every point has X, Y, and Z. It is very accurate. You can measure on it. You can do whatever you want. The third one, from this processing, we are doing modeling. We create 3D model. And till here, we are talking like engineers, urban planner, and so on. So all the deliverables here are in AutoCAD, Revit, engineering, drawing, and so on. But there is many shareholders who are not engineers. How can we take this step further? So from here, we start to have a packaging or developing this to be open in some software which is more available or easy to be visualized. So we have a kind of GIS engineer apps, web and mobile app, and metaverse app. We will talk about every one of these steps in more details. Hardware. The hardware available now in the market, either a laser scanner, 3D laser scanner, and there is several companies and several models in the market. Drones. There is two kinds of drone, either multi-rotor, which looks like this one, or a fixed wing. So both of them, for me, this is just a stable device which carries the camera. The main objective is to just give me the right images in order to have the better model. So, main idea, I have a drone, it fly in, take some images. From these images, I can create 3D model. How? I got a set of images, and I identify in the first image this point or this object. It appears in the second image here. So I have the same object appear in 2 or 3 images. And I have a timestamp for this image, and I know the position of the camera and the orientation at that time. So I know the camera, I have the image. If I draw a line, so the original point in the space, it should be on this ray. The same happened here. So I have 2 lines, they intersect in one point. This is the point on the space. If I apply this 3 or 4 times, all these lines should be, in theory, to be in one line, in one point, which is the original point on the space. However, because the error, doesn't happen, but if I run an optimization algorithm, I can get the exact point X, Y, and Z. So this is the inverse mapping, or what is called structure from motion. Doing this in thousands of points, I got the true ortho photo of this area. So we can create a true ortho photo for Al-Balad, and from it, I can generate the 3D model. So this is the basic idea of the photogrammetry using drone. However, I am taking these images from above. If there is a tree, there is an occlusion, I don't see anything below. There is some area which very high up and very narrow street, I don't get the floor, I don't get the street. So I need some help from the ground. So I need a laser scanner. What is the idea of a laser scanner? It is a device which is moving 360, and in the same time it shoots laser ray. It hits the wall coming back, so I know the speed, so I can know the distance. So this distance is computed, and I know the angle, so I do the math, sine, cosine, and so on, so I got the exact point on the space. So again, doing this couple of times, I got all the point around, and I got a point cloud. Once I have the point, or I have the images, I can do this processing, It depends on the computing power, how the machines, the computers, the workstation, and so on, how good your infrastructure, and likely enough, we are based in coast, so we have the latest or the best environment within the Middle East. So we have, for example, the supercomputer, we have the visualization facilities, we have the high-speed internet to upload and download the data, and so on. This has been applied in a couple of projects. For example, this one in Mecca, in Al-Ham. This was for Bin Laden. So, engineer designed very nice room like this with some pipelines, engineering cable, AC duct. While they are installing the original design, Ramadan comes. So the authority tells them, okay, we need to open this area for our Umar coming in Ramadan. So they install a new or a temporary AC, for example. Then they work again in the original design, and then Hajj came, so they installed another device, another system. But at the end of the day, there is only one system which it will be run, to be maintained, and so on. So they come to us asking they would like to have as-built drawing. They would like to hand over this to the authorities, to the operational company, and so on. So we start to do 3D scanning, modeling, and creating engineering drawing for them. Same habit in another project. This is a mechanical room for a swimming pool. They would like to upgrade the mechanical room, but this was too old. They don't have the original drawing, so they are asking also to help to get this as built. Going back to the cultural heritage, we do the scanning, the modeling, the processing, the modeling. This is for us engineers to talk. However, for non-engineer, for the decision maker, for the visitors, we take this to 3D environment for VR to next cave. So this was the King Faisal Specialist Hospital in Riyadh. This project was for Ministry of Culture. This, I think, in Da'iyah, and this is also for Da'iyah. So the concept is doing a data acquisition, scanning, doing the processing, then modeling, and then visualization. So same pipeline is applied for Al-Balad. This is our case study, and I will leave the floor for Khalid to take us in a walk through the project.
Assalamu alaikum. I really have the pleasure to be with you today and with all these amazing panel team members. Effat University means a lot for me because when I came in 2014 to Saudi Arabia to join Falcon Viz company, I got introduced to Effat University because they have very high-skilled team members and graduates. And alhamdulillah, Falcon Viz has the pleasure to be always participating in such events and also hire many skilled candidates from Effat University. So thank you so much for Effat University management and university. It's amazing for us. As mentioned by Dr. Muhammad, actually Falcon Viz since 2014 till now, we have done many cultural heritage documentations through the entire kingdom. Either from Al-Balad or Soda area or northern borders or southern borders. So we have many projects for cultural heritage documentations. If we talk about Al-Balad, actually we are there since 2013 working on different documentations projects, and this is really amazing to see the development that has been done to Al Balad area since 2014 till now. Inside the company, we had the pleasure to scan the entire area many times. Since 2014, then we had another scan in 2016, and recently we had another one in 2020. And alhamdulillah, also we were very successful to introduce the HPEM concept to Jeddah historical program, or Al Balad. It's another department inside Ministry of Culture who already right now established to manage the entire historical assets inside Al Balad. So today we will talk about a project we have done 2 years ago about having a complete 3D documentation for 25 houses. So we will start with this video. I think this video should work with this video link. If we have internet connection on this device, I don't know if we have or not. Yes, please.
It's coming.
Yes.
Yes, but it is not here.
No problem. I think we can continue.
We can continue.
Yes. So I think we will share this presentation with all the audience, and we will make it available for you also. You can check the video, inshallah, afterwards. It works? Yes. Hi. Good. Do we have a sound? Yeah, it will come with. Yes, this one.
ولكن نقطة التحول الأساسية تعتبر أنها تتخذ بناء رئيس لمنطقة مكة عام 647. فهم جدا تاريخية على أن محمد بن عاد وأهل البرازيل. في عام 2014 أنتجت منطقة كبدة تاريخية بالقاء موقع الله تعالى. وفي عام 2018 أمر سيدي خالد بن الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان حفظه الله بإنشاء إدارة تعلن موقع الثلج ومنطقة الأطراف كاملة على أرض الأرض.
تحديات اللي واجهها فريق الابناء المشهور كانت تتمركز حول نقطتين اساسيه. اولا كان في حيثيه البيوت، اما في النقطه الثانيه فتنه مديرين اساسها وشوارع البلد والدفاع عن المكان مجاوره بحيث انها تؤثر على مصدر احداث لبعض البيوت، ولكن لا مجال لقيمه المستحيل في عالم المساحه. في هذا المشروع تم استخدام احد التقنيات المتاحه في هذا الوقت، حيث تم استخدام الدرون واجهزه المواصل البشريه هذا الجهاز بالاضافه الى جهاز التحول الكامل. تم تسليم عده مخرجات نوعا منها صوره الوجه صحراء جغرافيا، قراءه نظريه، مده الدفاع، وفقط اسم ولا بد المجيء الى مخرج وهو قصه المساحات الاثريه والتاريخيه للبيوت التي تم وصفها بجهه ثم تقسيم المدان الى غير تصميم.
نبدا مثلا بالجهاز التقني في انشاء هذه البيانات هندسيه خاصه بالبنيه. تكون المخرجات في هذه المرحله عباره عن رسومات معماريه مثل مباني تربيه الالعاب، مساقط التحقيق، واجهه. يكون فريق متوسط المحليين ببدء يستخدمون مباني الالعاب لنقل التفاصيل هذه، توضيح التفاصيل المعماريه والانشائيه والكهربائيه. النقطه الاهم من هذه المقارير هي تسجيل العميل بإرشادات على كيفية تنمية المبنى والمحافظة على المستقبل. توثيق كافة التفاصيل السابقة من رسومات التقارير تساهم في تسهيل عملية تنمية المباني والحفاظ عليها، لإعادة استخدامها بشكل حديث ليعكس أهمية الإعلام والمنتج التاريخي.
I hope you enjoy watching this video. This is just to give a brief about the projects. Getting back to the presentation. So Al Balad is a very unique place when we talk about a traditional or historical place that need to be digitized. And when we talk about Al Balad, all of you, I think you are expert in this area. You are from Jeddah, you are architecture students and faculty, so I think there is no way to come here to teach you or give you any directions about Al-Balad. But actually, as a company working on asset digitization, we faced a lot of challenges when it comes to scanning the area or even make sure that we capture 100% of all the architecture details and document the entire assets from inside and outside. No way we can use the traditional method to do 3D documentation for the current status or the current assets in Al-Balad using traditional methods. So we have to think about how we can digitize this unique place from inside or outside. So the challenges are already well known: narrow streets, building facades cannot be scanned because it's maybe 4 or 5 stories and we don't have the space to make sure we can scan and capture this area. So we need to think about how we can do this. Also, GPS signal inside Al-Balad is very weak, so you have to do some surveying work to make sure you can transfer all the GCPs and all the benchmarks from outside, from the nearest point to inside Al-Balad, to make sure you have all the 3D documentation geo-referenced, and you can convert all this scanning and all this effort at the end to engineering products that can be used by different stakeholders like planners, architectures, stakeholders to have decision making about policies and procedures needed inside the area. So this is just to give you one example of some buildings that we already documented. This is the main or the real photos, and this is a 3D screenshot for the same models that we already developed. And we developed all the 3D model inside Revit, so it's a BIM model. The project actually includes 25 historical buildings, as we mentioned before. The deliverable flow chart, we have 3 phases. Phase number 1 was to do data acquisition or scanning using different methodologies like drones, laser scanners. And the idea here is how to scan using different devices and make sure at the end you have coherent and homogeneous data. So you have different sources of data, how you can combine this together to produce a final product. When it comes to data processing, again, we were able to process everything together and export everything to different formats and different deliverables. And when we talk about data modeling, we had these types of 3D final models, as you can see, representing every single details on the facade and every single details on the building interior and exterior. So this is just to give you some samples of the buildings that we already developed and we already documented. And from the 3D model or the BIM models that we generated, we were able to extract also different engineering drawings like floor plans, sections, elevations. All of this was extracted from the BIM model inside Revit. For sure, all these floor plans showing all the details like mechanical or plumbing or electrical details that can play a major role in different renovation plans for the same building, and also represent a very important input for any conservation management plans that need to be implemented inside Al-Balad by the stakeholders. Roshan details, very important. So after we finished this project, we had a complete idea and a complete measurements for how many Roshan we have, quantity survey of each element of the Roshan and so on. After that, one of the main components of the deliverables was to produce a complete structure report, structure integrity report, and also architecture and historical report for each single house. When we talk about structure, it was very important to use what we have done as a 3D model with the help of different consultants to come up with a complete study about the structure of each building, what kind of significance we have inside each building, each space, and also highlight the historical significance in each building. When it comes to architecture report, we were able to produce different analysis and different studies regarding each building to show the unique features of each building, representing all the well-known elements of Hijazi style architecture and al-Balad unique architecture. We talk about that each house will have different doors, one for the men and the other one is for always to keep privacy, is for ladies and for other أهل البيت يعني from other side, and both gates will connect at the stairs, which represent a huge element, structure element for the house, and at the same time circulation element inside each house in al-Balad. Also we talk about the unique mass model or al-Kutla for each building and how it was designed to consider different elements like environmental elements by adding shade to this small area where where the owner of the building and different visitors can sit down in different days during the day, and different times during the day. By having this shade, make sure that we have this shade always in this area. So the design itself representing different design elements and design parameters which very well noticed. Also, when we talk about the interior spaces inside the building itself, it really reflects the unique style of Hijazi architecture style. Also, Rawashin at the main facade of the building with all the details that we can see on all the facades. All these kind of details has been documented very well using the new technologies that is in the market. We still need to improve the way we do scanning because again, there is different challenges that we need to think of how we can tackle these challenges in the future to make sure we have more improved and continuous digitization and documentation of the entire area to make sure we can help all the stakeholders to take the right decisions in the right moment when it comes to conservations and keeping these valuable historical assets in good condition. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you, Khalid. So we have also Ahmed Hassanat. He will give us kind of more details too about the the technical part of the project.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, actually, this one. This one. You can see the mouse here. You hear me? So, as you know, Al-Balad is one of the heritage district, and our experience there had actually different challenges. One of the major challenges was to capture the data with keeping or putting into consideration how to align all the data together and to generate a high detailed 3D mesh or 3D point cloud. So we use different technique, but the major one was to use a GPS to link everything together to create the full 3D model, and later on to give it to the team to study and to give the historical parameters on the features which actually we documented there. So it started from the different elements there, which actually gave us a full understanding on the model itself, because we had actually a partnership with a great consultants who provide us with some historical studies to understand the element there, because the Hijazi element was completely distributed in Al-Balad district, and after we completely created the 3D model, we came up with some understanding, understanding for the real element there. So, and actually after studying all these sectors, we came up with important things to create the several sections to understand the material between all these walls or all these floors. So once we use 3D laser scanning to capture the whole exterior and interior element, so we understand several things. Al-Balad, as a historical part, it has been completely built in several stages, and one of the important things here, so we found different material has been used to complete the whole buildings in there, right? Like this. Okay, and yeah, this is fine, I think. And later on, we, as you know, so from a historical background, we have found Al-Balad, it has been, I think it's not, it's working? Okay, so, and our solution actually, it has several challenges when it's come to applied in this districted. So the districted of Al-Balad, it was as Dr. Shalabi mentioned, to acquire all the information from different prerequisites, and I think the main challenge we had in Al-Balad is collected the data and created the 3D model to understand the
So, Ahmed, would it be possible, maybe because you are the data acquisition and data processing team head for this project, to shed the light on the challenges that we have in the data processing and how we manage all the data that we captured to make sure that all the point cloud and all the huge data that we already scanned, we were able to process it, and also we were able to extrude and produce the final model out of it. So maybe you can shed the light on the data processing effort that you were part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this question, Khalid.
Yeah, for Ahmed, for the data coming from the drone, approximately how many images, how many gigabyte of data?
Actually, for the images, we capture more than 22,000 images to
so
create.
it is 22,000 images, approximately.
Yeah, 22,000 images to create the 3D model of Al-Balad, and also we had to add a new technology. It's the laser scanning technology, and to integrate it all the technology to come up with a solution to create the 3D model and a sufficient 3D model to create all the elements. So you can see it from interior and exterior, and the important, you can actually measure all these elements with sub-centimeter. So this was actually a big challenge when it's come actually to challenges in البلد we faced. The major one wasn't actually, the major one was to find a big solution applied actually in the market, and you can just acquire and to get it and to make it to use it actually in البلد or in area cultural heritage district. So that's why we integrated different type of technology to create the 3D model using drone, laser scanning, and differential GPS and laser scanning and total
So if you talk about the laser scanning, for a house which is maybe has an area per floor about 200 meter and maybe 2 or 3 floors, what is the time required to scan the whole house from inside?
Yeah, this is really good questions, because different from house to other houses, because some of houses, the advantage where the area, the surrounded area is open, and the surrounded area is really close. So we had actually, in some houses, we had to climb to find out the way to scan. But approximately, if we have, let's say, one of these samples in al-Balad, like if we look at this house in the picture here,
yes,
it took us like, a 1 day of scanning from all the exterior area, and the second day for the interior scanning, because we had to do something in between to create a GCBs or a control point to integrate the model.
So the house in the image here, it take 1 day for exterior scanning and 1 day for interior scanning.
Right.
And then the team takes this data to the lab and start working on the processing.
Yes.
Approximately how long does it take from the time you receive the data from the field till you create a 3D point cloud?
Actually, this based on the way how to capture the data, but mostly all these, let's say, type of project, it take us the same time of the acquisition. Though if we said like 1 day acquisition, so it take us 1 day to do the processing. So in total, 2 days for one building, let's say, or it's based even on the size or on the area or on.
So with one team in the field, they need between 1 to 2 days to finish one house, and another team in the office or in the lab, they need again 1 to 2 days to process.
Right.
And the output of the process, this is a point cloud.
Yes.
So the question to Khalid now about the modeling. So taking the point cloud model and convert it to a Revit model, how long does it take?
For the point cloud, it's very complicated files that we can deal with, because it comes with millions of points, and each point has coordinates and color value, and it always comes with very huge size. So to deal with it, you have to you have to consider the right tools that you would need to convert this point cloud to a 3D model. So for sure we are relying on best standard tools that is already in the market right now to make sure we can work with this kind of files. But again, you have to consider that this file need to be divided in a way that you can import it inside the CAD software, where you can start building over it. There is different tools in the market that can do either automatic modeling to certain extent of the quality and resolution, for sure. It's not there yet, but they are trying to do their best to have the methodology to insert the point cloud, then you have the final output as a 3D model for you. This is very successful model for mechanical and electrical modeling, but when we talk about HBIM, it's a different total story. In HBIM, you should be an architect because you are going to build a new libraries inside the BIM modeling tool to make sure it will reflect the as-built condition of the assets that is under modeling right now. So dealing with point to cloud needs a specific tools, a specific experience, and also a specific methodology to be able to convert it to a complete as-built 3D model inside BIM environment.
Thank you, Khalid. So it seems to be that modeling is a time-consuming. Everybody now is talking about AI. And we have Dr. Sama here. She is an AI expert in architect. Would it be possible to expedite the process using AI techniques?
Yes, sure. Sure, it's possible, because it seems here you have a very sensitive and huge data set. In order to train an AI algorithm, it already need a lot of data. As Khalid mentioned, and your team, the Falcon Phase mentioned, you have already the data, and it's already real. So it is easy to train the algorithm, but you have to try the many algorithms and then test the result on already existing building, and then try to predict for other buildings, whatever the missing data or the modeling you need to do.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dr. Wael, so it looks like somehow we are talking here about documenting the history or the cultural heritage, but the AI, it can play a role here to expedite the process, because the time sensitive, we all know all the project now in the Saudi Arabia, they would like it to be finished yesterday. So timing is really sensitive. So this will help us in expediting the process. For me, smart city is the future. Would it be possible also to play a role in similar projects?
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. For sure, it can help in this type of projects because it's the future of every type of buildings, even the historical buildings or new buildings. But first, I would like to thank you about this great project and your great team. I know how much it consumes time and effort, very, very much. I have a question about the information of this project. Is it available for research purposes? This is the first question. And the other question is, you talk about 25 houses only. What about the rest of the ballot? Because also you talked that it's from 2 years ago. So in these 2 years, the culture ministry or any other responsible agent here didn't want to make this pilot project anymore?
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Doctor. For the data, we are not the owner of the data. The owner of the data is Ministry of Culture, so we cannot share the data. They have all the authority and all the ownership to do it. For the remaining houses, actually, I think Ministry of Culture has a very ambitious plan to start implementing this kind of concept on all the houses when they are ready, because they have different internal processes to make these houses ready for someone like us to do the modeling and the scanning. So I think they're already working on this, and it will be done automatically, and inshallah in the near future they will issue more tenders to do this kind of scanning for all the remaining houses, gradually for sure.
Okay, great.
I have here, I may come to the first question regarding the data. So the data itself regarding to these specific houses, it is owned by Ministry of Culture. But we have the platform where we can run on it any data for research purpose. So I am a CAUS employee, and in my center we are dealing with visual data like images, videos, and so on. So it is always for their research project, the startup helps them to collect the data. And also in return, when we face troubles in the field, so we come back to our professor and our researcher to help us to develop new algorithms and techniques to resolve this. And this has put us ahead in the market because there is no available commercial solution to solve such problems. So we, as a startup, we are open to collaborate in a research basis. So if you need any data which is not available, we can do a data acquisition. And if it is available for research, it can be available for research purpose, not in this project, we can for sure give it. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, because I think with a very big data, many items about materials, about maybe environmental aspects. I think we have a lot of researches we can do about these historical buildings and the environmental aspects with these materials, with these sizes and so on. So it can help us with AI also to regenerate another buildings like that as a prototype if we need and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Dr. Wagdi. So for the advanced fabrication and design, so Dr. Adil in the previous talk, he was talking about shading elements. Within Al-Balad, there is several pieces, I'm a computer scientist, not an architect, yeah. Several pieces of art from this Islamic culture and Islamic architect. But there is a missing shading pavilion, for example, or in Al-Balad. And now it is just for walking around. Would it be possible somehow to fabricate within Saudi Arabia some shading element where the design is coming from or based on the same historical data, which it will be more or less matching the same style of architect, and at the same time it will be really practical to have a shading around, because if you go in the noon time there, it is impossible to walk, especially in summer.
First of all, thank you for having us here. Regarding the fabrication, it's it's available now. So Al University has a fabrication lab, which is a fab lab, and we are able to test and to try to produce at least samples of these shading devices or elements. But talking about Al-Balad, especially from your perspective as a very technical perspective, I think it's very important. But I'm thinking from the other side, or having another point of view, which is Al-Balad as a valuable area. Preserving it is very important and is kind of inevitable. We cannot ignore it. But modeling this environment or this area as a physical model has very different level or very different pathways. And investing this models is the main goal, I think, for you and for everyone here. And this takes me to talk about the immersive technologies, which include everything like virtual reality and AI, and also I think recently it's been taken to a further levels, which is sensing and smelling. Mm-hmm. So you can sense the place and smell the place as well when you talk about immersive technologies. And this is very important. And the other thing is about investing things. And because I'm working on entrepreneurship and innovations, I think investing in this environment, which is immersive technology environment, is very important. I think Effat in Aramco has very good examples, and they are be leading two projects, which is a Hijaz Railway as an example, and it's already been done. And I think something in Medina, Al-Munawwara, if I'm...
Is it a trading station?
Al-Hijaz train station, I think, is one example, and there is another, Al-Ula, sorry. Al-Ula, yeah. They have two projects, and it is an outcome of creative ideas program they are running right now. And anyone can participate and join this program. So this kind of, okay, it's a technical effort here, and there is a business thing or business issue need to be looking at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So my question now is for Dr. Abdullah. You are an expert in energy efficiency and ecotourism. So we need to have a kind of sustainable system in Al-Balad in order to convert this to, or not to convert, but facilitate or make the visit of Al-Balad more comfort and more easier. So I was in some of these buildings from inside, and I can feel somehow that there is an air condition running, which is not for sure. So as non-expert in the field, how can we utilize such expertise like you in energy efficiency in a project like this?
First of all, thank you for having us, and thank you and your team for this informative presentation. So the first thing we need to do when to save the energy, to save the building, so that we save the embodied energy. And there is so many techniques that we can use after that, and of course it depends on the building itself. After studying, each building has its own scenario. So we have active techniques that we can use using solar panels and study the orientation of the buildings, and based from there we can know how to deal with each case. Me and my team now are working on actually a research project in Al-Baha. Since I work there, even though I was born and raised here in Jeddah, but all my education was outside of my hometown. So the project there focus we need to do to document and survey all the land, historic landmark, I would say, and that's to study it and analyze it and manage it, and possibly adaptively use it in the future for historic or for touristic purposes, and that's what I hope we can do in the Balad too. But the problem is similar to here. The Al-Baha, as you know, that it's mountainous land, so we have rough surfaces, which is hard for us to use the land, the laser devices there. So the photogrammetry is a good option there, and it's also the least intrusive, I would say, documentation methods, because it minimizes the direct contact with the delicate buildings, and then and also safer for the surveyors to use. Yeah, so I guess that's the best option we have to use there and here, the same methodology. And you mentioned four steps that you use in your techniques, starting from the scanning, processing, and then modeling and digitalization, I think. So what's your advice, and what do you think about the difficulties that someone can face in each steps, and which one is you think is the more critical one?
So it depends for sure from project to project. So mostly the scanning is logistic problems. For example, in these projects, you need to deal with the owner to open the house. And this is, might he come in an hour, in two, in day, or in a week. Then you have to deal with the furniture inside the house. You need to move it around, take care about it. Some houses has never been used for many years now, full of trash. All this complication, you are sending an engineer to do as a work, not another work. So this is delay the stuff. In the processing, usually there is several technical problem, and this is what will come, because we learn from this. We build up new features, new software, new scripts, which help us for future. Modeling, as we mentioned, this is a very lengthy process. We hope for the AI to help us in expediting the process. And currently we are under developing the digitization unit in order to go to the metaverse site. It might be even a separate company, because this is the future for the upcoming years. So this is the metaverse app and so on.
I want to add something, that we have a very rich information and data here. I think we can build upon it to make different environmental solutions. I think in Jeddah especially, the humidity is a problem. So we have a lot of environmental solutions, and we can make a simulation. So I think this is the best use of this data, is to make more than option, and make a simulation and get use of AI also, and so on, to have advantage of these all technologies, and to make the best solution for that, and we can implement it one by one. Thank you.
I would like to thank all the panel members. Thank you very much for being with us. Thanks for the audience. I have instruction from Sama somehow to stop here, because the praying time and lunch to be on the schedule. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And we are really happy to be here in Effat. Thank you.
لا شكرا لي. احنا لسه الحوار ما خلصش، عندنا اسئله. تدخل على السنه اول على طول على الكسي على الكسي فورمات ايه بقى دم
أكيد طبعا. يعني بحاول استوعب ايش كنت قلت في البرزنتيشن في البيبر. يمكن حتمسكيها لا طبعا. بس يعني تبي؟ انا تخيلت انه كده قدامي اللابتوب يعني. ايوه الاشياء هذه قدامي ممكن تقعدي. ما حوقف. لا لا
طيب احنا كده اوكي. طيب
ارسلت لك.
you start now? Hello, everybody. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. الدكتور إسلام.
إسلام مظبوط زين. حابين نقسم session 7 I think I discuss like 2 hours later, right? It's at 4 p.m. Jeddah time.
Yes, not now. It's the next session. Okay.
Okay.
For what? We have now Sarah. Sarah, we can start with Sarah. Okay, can you start Sarah? Okay, Sarah? Yes. Who is Sarah?
Yes, I'm Sarah.
Yes. عليكم السلام.
I'm a master's degree. Me and Dr. Nihal,
Do you need the mic?
Probably you need like a table here.
Can you sit here?
I'll be talking about the impact of the change uses on social dimensions, and we took a case study in we'll be starting with the introduction, then discuss the research problem and objective, and the literature review, and then we're going to have a case study. It's in Singapore. And then we made a survey about the study that we are discussing, and we're going to see the results and design guidelines. So first of all, I will start by the introduction. We're discussing about public spaces and they should be easy to access. It should be easy to access visually and physically, and should represent symbolic and economic values of the area itself. It should be also function as a place for meetings, encourage different social and physical interactions, and it should be enhancing the quality of life for the users, and it should be uplifting for the city itself. So we're discussing the area of a road that's called Mohammed bin Abdul Aziz Road. It's a well-known commercial road in Jeddah. It used to be known as the Tahliya Road. It crosses the city from its east to the from the far east to the far west. So we're taking this area in the road itself. It's this is our road, which is Mohammed bin Abdul Aziz Road. It overlooks 5 main commercial places, which are Extra, IKEA, Abiyat, Jeddah Park, and Sarah. So this area, this road is the intersection between two high-density neighborhoods, which are Faisaliya in the north and This is our road that we are talking about. So the problem is in this area, it lacks many elements and principles of urban development, and it disconnects the relationship between the spaces and the building itself. So the existing building and the spaces. It's like the visual interaction between the surroundings. The buildings themselves, they are so huge, so you cannot relate. And it's impact the social different activities because there are so many. So our objective is we studied this area and we want to emphasize the importance of the social interaction and which is affected by the use change. So we are reviewing the strategies and the connection between use change and the social interaction, and we are analyzing the effects of the use change on the commercial areas. Many changes happened in this area through the last 20 years. So this area was empty in 2001, and in 2004 IKEA started to build. Then around 2013, Abiyat and Jeddah Park started to show up, and now in 2022 they are complete. So we're going to start our reviewing, the review and the study itself. So about the urban development in general, it affects the context and visual connection and morphology, and all of these conflict on the social dimension. So we are merging the urban use as a terminology. We are unifying the functional and the physical content of a land that impacts everything almost. So about open public areas, it should be safe for people, and it should be walkable, increase walkability and the health. It should be uplifting the city profile and increasing the value of the land, and that all will enhance the social bond and increase the sense of place in people's minds. And it should be also having window on the streets, which is called eye of the streets. It should be active with public activities and provide safety for the users. The activities and behavior of an area in an area is affected by the urban use itself, and the urban use of a land and should be contained in open spaces so people can enjoy the area and they can interact with each other. So now we're talking about commercial development in Jeddah. In the past, the markets were called souk, and it was in the center of the area, in the center of a city. And people were enjoying their time. There was markets and public activities, and it was a place where important events happened there. And then with the development and the growth of populations around the second half of the 19th century, the buildings start to rise up and in new areas, and they start having like 5 and 6 stories high. So in these areas, people need more services. They need like healthcare, markets, and mosques and other functions. So with these developments, so they created commercial streets, which are the commercial lands will be overlooking one street, not as it used to be like in the center of the city. So these streets should be for the eye. When people move, they want to move and they want to stay and to enjoy their time. The distance should be short, and the waiting area should be pleasing for people to stay. So we're gonna start with our case study. The case study was in Singapore, Orchard Road. This is a commercial road. It's one-way road. It's almost 2 kilometers, and it's overlooking important hotels, restaurants, and shopping malls and park. There's a huge park in there. Its first development was in 1958. It used to be a road that is overlooking agriculture places. So when they started developing the area, they made it commercial, and it's become one of the most important roads in Singapore. So this road is this case study is related to our case, which is Jeddah City, the Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Road. They are commercial. They should be attracting. Our road should be attracting more people. There's activities in there, different functions, creating journey, and the movement itself, and how people are integrating with the function there. So we made a survey about our road, and we almost 40 people participated in this survey. So the rush hours are between 3 and 7 p.m. And visiting days are mostly on weekends. People are visiting for necessary reasons. Transportation, it's hard to reach, and the area is almost hard to reach also because of the traffic. And then we asked them about the preferable activities and what they want to add in the area itself. We suggested some stuff, and they said they want to add like bike lanes, running tracks, and they want to add like public transportation there, so they need stations and more entertainment in that area to be livable. And people are mostly going there for shopping, and they prefer to stay inside indoor because of the safety reasons and the weather. So from our research and our survey, we concluded some guidelines about the area and how it to be improved. So we decided that maybe improving the area will need more social activities and physical activities, as they demand to have bike lanes and more sidewalks and public transportation. So to improve this area, we're gonna need to add walkable sideways, and we're gonna need to add bike lanes, public transportation stations, and we're gonna need to add like a public area, like we're gonna change, aiming to change the use of the area itself. We'll add more open spaces so people can interact, and these spaces should be shaded and should be suitable for people to stay, like adding green areas, softscape, and adding some more activities like physical and entertainment. And thank you.
Thank you. What's your opinion? Keep the discussion at the end of the session, or talking with Sarah about the research? It's up to you. What is your opinion?
Yes, I would go for keeping the discussion at the end of the
At the
session.
end? Okay. Thank you, Sarah. We can talk at the end, inshallah. The next research.
I think Dr. Nermeen sister, by the way.
She's not here.
No.
I thought she's here.
No. She's not here. My mother and her house will have to alternate. Nermin, please full screen. PowerPoint presentation. Yes.
Okay. Let me start the presentation with question. I've said
The strategies for sustainable urban development of cities, heritage cores with special references to Jeddah and Beirut. Let me start with small history to catch your eyes onto my research paper. It's for more than 1,000 years. The city in Saudi Arabia and the Red Sea coast has it's Jeddah. It was the gate for Mecca, and Muslims or millions of Muslims around the world came from all around the world to attend the annual event in the Hajj pilgrims. And most of the distinctive Rushans and the architecture, unique architecture levels of building inside Al-Balad it's part of why does UNESCO has selected Jeddah as heritage in 2014. So the growing focus on Jeddah historic core in Al-Balad is predominantly rising from governmental departments and organization, and also the Jeddahis, the young Jeddahis, let's say. This appeared or this widespread interest in Al-Balad is due to the government effort to revive the historic core of Jeddah, as it's been selected as the UNESCO World of Heritage. And here are some of the most interesting structure inside Al-Balad. Some of it is Bab Jadid and Rabat Anaja, Bajnid House, and the Al-Batarji House. The research problem is we saw the developments in Jeddah, Al-Balad, meeting the comprehensive sustainability approach in all its categories. And but we need to increase or focus more on the social aspects because it's important to the or its impact on the other three sectors of sustainability. So as we all know, in Ramadan, we do festivals or events inside Jeddah as part of entertaining people or encouraging people to go or to give the importance of the core
Okay. I'm going to show you how to handle this. Can you turn on the light? It's manual. Why this side doesn't work? What did you notice once you brush, probably you brush, right? It's super clean. Why do you think there's concrete outside? Come on, any answer?
It's dry.
Yeah, it falls. Dry, and the concrete falls from both sides. So this, there's no concrete in between them. You can't see through. So there's no concrete. So even if you wet this, there's no concrete between those layers. This is actually falling.
It's not going to work.
Yes, it's not going to work. Okay, so the best side that we advise is the minimum, I would say, 10 cm by 10 cm. The minimum that you should cut the fabric. You're going to notice here, where's the other one? Even the edges are always going to be squishy because there is no concrete. You can touch it. Yes, because the concrete is going to go outside. So what you're doing here is taking the concrete fabric, which is not but it's fun. Okay. So, first of all, I would advise you not to move it too much. It's fine. You can move it. They actually, yesterday workshop, smashed it around 1,000 times. It's fine. But we're going to use concrete every time we move it. So, we're going to notice that every time we move it, we're using concrete, and the thing that's going to make it hard is concrete. So, move it, so move it as little as you can. Meanwhile, move it. Yeah, lay around it. It's fine, but I would advise plan your shape before anything else. If you brushed it, and that should be the later stage, it's not going to give a stain. So, what do I mean by stain? Is here. So you can see there's stains here, and that's because there's concrete on top of the fabric while it's washing. So if you it's not going to be stains here. So you have to, if you don't like the stains, because it's going to stay forever, you can't take it out once it's dry. Really, even if you spread it with colors or stuff like that, it's going to stay there for the stains. But if you paint it, brush it in the end. Please. If you want to water it, please plan that there is access from the fabric side. And yes, if you don't have access to the fabric, spray it first, then mold it to the shape that you want to. For the water amount that requires for each piece, water it. Don't stop. Don't stop. There is a way, but you have to touch it.
it is, if you touch it, there is gonna be water outside, coming outside. It's like squishing a fruit, a sponge, and you can see the water that's coming outside. Trust me, water it, don't stop, whatever. There is between this, and I would recommend finish all of it. That's kind of condition. And now you can start. We have shapes there. We have everything that you want. It is fabric, so we can cut fabric, fold fabric. We can make bolts. We can sew it. We can mold it. What we can do with fabric too. That was the fiction side that I skipped. So come on, let me know. What can we do with fabric? There's paint it, yes, we can paint it. Fold it. Come on. Mold it. Layers, yes. That's what she's doing. She's skipping this. Anyway, I would recommend, to be honest, design it, and then go ahead. Design is more experimental, go ahead. Start with your own. If you don't know how to use one of the materials or one of the tools inside, let me know, I'll show you.
There's one thing that we want to hold it, but now it's not molded, it wants to stay in the shape. But after water, it's not molded.
No. So I want to stuff like this. Yes. So. There is no wood. Right. Yes. After right.
افتح لك
No, daytime it's 5 hours. So once you water it, you can shake it, still shake 5 hours, but it's gonna dry for 12 hours. So you have to you have to so there is
بعدين بنعملها سبراي بس لما يتعمل سبراي خلاص بنسميه احنا بلغه السلك شوك ماشي خلاص سويتش فروم ذا باودر او ذا elastic sheet to the solid sheet فهي
come here, see the stuff that we have here. There is a class, so we want to shade it, but everything that you place in the fabric is going to stay on the fabric. So you can see here, we place the clamps, so the mark of the clamps are still here. If you make a hole, it's going to show. So
library في وركشوب كمان وين؟ في الريستورانت فوق. في الريستورانت جوه لانه كمان انا تيتشنج دي صباح الفل تيتشنج جرادويشن جرادويشن كده تعملوا في الست كده حلو الشغل
can make holes once in a while. This way, this side. Yeah, you can drill it بصراحة أنصح إنك you can drill it after it's dry. But if you want to shape it now ما في ولا حاجه عن المسألة. بس حط تقل حط تقل عندك تريد هذا شيء بس بغطيها بالبلان. So it's going to be some art. Trust me this. لأن مثلا لو تلاحظ الكلامس here تشوفي تعطيك نفس الإفكت ده. في طرق ثانية إنك تضيفي كونكريت من الداخل شوي تالي تحطيها فتشوفي إنها تجي على في مرات تجي على تصطير اوكي خلينا على هذا الشكل. تحتاجين انك تثبتيها اول شيء على هذا الشكل. انت تجيبي خشب تحطيها تثبتيها نفس الشكل اللي انت خشب اللين خشب كيف شغلك الشكل اللي تبغين؟ كذا تقدري تمشي ابوش لا بس بدنا حيصير تقدري تحطيها فابريك عاملها كان فابريك تخيطيها زي ما احنا نخليها من هنا خيطها كذا لا بس اذا انت يمكن عاجبني هذا الشكل اوكي لا انا ابغى شوي كذا اوكي خيطيها بالكامل او خيطيها بالشكل اللي لما توقف تقول اوكي this is what I want اوكي فاهم قصدي؟ بس عشان تعلمونها عشان ترفعيها لفوق وتحطي دعم فاهم قصدي ولا اتكلم شرقاوي لا الحين الخياطه خيطها من هنا داخل يدخل من هنا وكذا من هنا اوكي الحين الخياطه لا تعني نفسك تقدروا تستخدموا هذا الوين لا في قطعه صغيره
عجبني الشكل
طيب فخيط هنا وفي برا هنا وفي برا هناك اي ما في خيط صغار فاذا احد يبغى يسوي هول عشان يقدر هذا تقدر تقدر هذا الشيء هو ايضا يمكن يحافظ هذا واحده اوكي
كيف اعمل الهول
هذا هو هذه الآلة في مقاسات مختلفة في الغطاء
ممكن استخدم احط هول هنا وكان هنا صح؟
يس او اذا تبغي مرة تختصر الطريق اوكي اوكي بس انا
Can you take a picture of me? Of you? Yes, yes. Okay, sure. Oh, all right, okay.
خشب صغير ولا كبير؟ شيء ثقيل يكون.
Hi, how's it going? I'm good.
لا هذا عشان هذا
We started assembling. At the restaurant, we started assembling.
Oh, والله?
Yeah.
Okay.
عندي سؤال بيسموه
كيلوز. نحطه بحدود كده. لا انت قصدك كده. لا فوق كده.
اوكي انا اذا كنت ابغى كذا حطيها في بس هذا.
طيب وبعدين؟
بس
بعدين اطلع كده.
اي بعد ما تشرب. فهمتي المقصد؟ اوكي.
انا حستخدم هذا
لا شايف الانتين مش عليه ما يصلي الان لا لازم تحطي عندنا small size how it's that's one of them. لا لا ترتيب مصباح
وتحط الكلوريد all the way.
You can't buy it. It's only for the stock. It's not. Yes, yes. Because this is a specific company in London.
And they make it just for a crowd to get loose. And why you are
applying for
نصر الله
والله I'm so sorry, but I really don't know. Because we have inflated structure. I really don't. I'm so sorry. So the next one is 10 and we maximize 14 today, but there is some of them working with the book.
They have to pay for this workshop.
البيمنت you can ask the دكتورة there is a registration.
Yeah, I registered, but I didn't know it's fascinating. Yeah, an experiment. Making composition, like teach students a lot. I'm in interior design. Yeah, I'm just in Taif University. Yeah, and I like this material, so maybe I can use it with my students there.
I have some questions. دكتور حسن صح؟
Yes.
تعطي سيشن برا ولا بس هنا؟
هلا؟
تعطي سيشن برا؟
Yes. Yes. بس أنا from الشرقية. So I did. So we did in Effat, we did in all of them. UAE, Bahrain, الشرقية. It's mainly الشرقية الرياض صراحة. We can talk after 15 minutes.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Fatin Ankasari. You are an architecture into Okay, nice. No, I can spend the whole day watching them. It's really nice.
Okay. أعطيك طريقة أحسن منك. Yes. يقول إن هذا أكبر
The one that you did it yesterday, like a balloon?
وهذه جيد فيها
And you discover this as being today.
بس تحتاج أسرع عشان تحط
New stuff.
ما تقدر تشبيها.
طب اسمع ممكن نحط من تحت الباص.
لا ما تقدر تحتاج تحطي شيء ثقيل.
طب استني اكتب اسمك عشان ادور على ابحاثك. لانه really I'm interested in material.
فانت بس تشيلها ما تخلي احد يمسح يوقفها.
طب فين الدكتور ام؟
هناك انا بنصحك هناك.
عادية.
طب بس اخلص من ده وبعدين اشيلها هناك ولا
يس. لا شيلها هناك. سويها هنا. من البداية إذا أنت خلاص مقتنعة بالشيء مقتنعة بكل حاجة لو
طيب بس سؤال هذا على ده صح؟ فاتن
لا خلوني معكم. اوكي نايس تو ميت يو.
ها؟ حبيبي طيب؟ لا انا مدرب.
اوكي اذا
انا دكتورة الاء حبيبه قلبي. طب ايش عايزه؟ لا انت ميكسينج ميكس في شيء
ماتيريال تكنولوجي.
يس مرة ضايعة كذا تصير بيضاء تصير. لا تخافي بترجعي تعفسيها بتصير. بتلاقوا بس في مناشير القلب. إذا عشتي حسيتي إنها تحتاجي مين أو
هذا دخلت بس ما تقدر تلعب عليها. يا دوب. اي شايفة تقول لي بس سمعتي
المرأة والسطور حضرتك تبي المرأة والمنشأ. أنا ماني مسؤولة إيش يصير. ابعدي عنه. أنا ما مسكتش فلوس في المرحلة اللي جاية. حبيبتي اطلعي بره شوية هتوصلي البوكس يا ماما. ثواني يا ليدي عشان أنا أتوصل كده أشرب بوكس حضرتك. ورانا بنت عيال. أنا هلبس لا هي فوق البوكس. فوق ولا برا؟
خلاص خلاص قصة والله لنا النقطة رجلك كلها توجعك بس ما يقص الرجل ده
لا حضرتك فاضية لا she will graduate this semester لا الحمد لله لا she will graduate this semester لا هي تتخرج الترم ده ان شاء الله طلع لكم
ايش شعورك مثلا؟ ايش شعوري انت؟
هو فعلا لسه
ما بتخرج والله حلوة الجامعة راجعي نفسك دلوقتي راجعي نفسك اسمعي انا حاسك حتجيب العيد تنزلي على عشان يشفق علي يمكن يجي احد يساعدني الدرامية
انت كنت بودكاست هناك فاكره ربنا بيتفرجوا عليك مسخرنا في بيوت دراميه
والله بس
لا 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 رجلك كانت حتى
عشان البنت
هي شكلها حاولة هي كانت مركزة على هدف كان أسهل لما كنت لا وتقول لك إنه زعلان إنها بتتخرج المفروض تتخرج أسرع وقت ولا تجود العالم
خطر على نفسك وعلى حواليك
خطر على المجتمع يوم اليوم أنت محسوبة
من جد ما ينفعش أعمل ورك شوب مع الثلاث دخلت نطاط جوه الامتحان ما استوعبش يا ايه ده حضرتك
ولا خلاص جربت لا النهاية ايوه لا لسه بس شوية لا لا خلاص ما هو دكتور
هذا جيكي
طب الحين لو خلاص ثبتنا على شيء ايش
إذا ما في حاجة
انا كمان بسوي من هنا
Okay, we'll go. Go ahead.
احس ودي الله مره حلوه احس اسوي جنب غير المهاره يعني قاعد تركزين وما قاعد
ايوه ولا السوبر
حاجه ثانيه
عشان يبدا
الجوال اصلا قليل
تبقى فوتوشوب بدون ما تدري
ولا اسمعي نزلت كل حيطه كده
هي مش ولا ما ادري وهي ما تدري. لا صور. انت السرعه نسوي نفسك شلون؟
ايوه ده مع
صورني وانا ما ادري.
ايوه ده بتتخشب مع الكاميرا
وبجوالي. لا دكتور فيديو بس خلاص فيديو. اسمع اخاف الفيديو زي حق لا والله الفيديو اشوف والله المفروض اروح السينما
انا كلمت غسالة انا شايفه نفسي لا هو القناه بتاعتكم مكرره
يطلع كده ده جاي عندك طب كيف الشموع؟
هناك كان ممكن تاخد وهم بيرشوا الميه عشان بيقفلوا الشيبس.
بس دحين مفصول بس الصوت جاي.
افضل لا لما نشيل ماسك.
ابي اصور. ترى قاعد يسوي كذا.
نقطة واحدة كذا هو.
من جد؟ أنا قاعد أستخدم كذا. أوكي. شكرا على المعلومة. يلا. اكتشفت الذرة. عادي الواحد يتعلم. المفروض ألفها بس أنا الحين عشان بس التصوير. هلفها. طب يلا لفيها عشان مشكلة خايفة إنها تحرق. أضطر أمسكها كده. أيوه. حاولي ما تبينين بس تبينين. قاعدة أصور.
خلينا اخذ زاوية.
يعني ايش تبي؟ لا؟
طيب نبغى جزء يروحون مع محمد ياخذون هذا مرافق موجوده هناك تحتاجون تفتحون فتحه بيعلمكم محمد وين فتحتين فتحه للبوابه اللي ندخل منها وفتحه للمرافق اوكي
Do we have scissors anywhere?
مقطوعة هنا، مقطوعة الهواء بينسم هنا، في فتحة هنا 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 هي هي.
نشقق فبنشوف وين الشق نشقق عشان نشقق
حطي واحدة في وسط. حطي واحدة في وسط.
ما في شيء. هذه أحلى من بعد البارد. طيب سكر الباب، خليهم يسكروا الباب.
أي باب؟
الباب الفضي، الباب بتاع عشان هوا، عشان بس
خلها أقل شيء، خلها واحد.
أوب 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 أوب.
أول لا أول سنة
سمبوسات دخلتوا؟ ايه السنة اليوم ليه؟ اليوم كان عندنا اول كشف فسوينا
بس انا عارف على استنى ساره وميه اوكي لا جانا شفتها مشيت بس حليم وما ادري طيب
بتاع